Excellent. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Players and Creators. I, as always, am the DM, and these are my beautiful, lovely players. Um, so welcome. We have interesting. We're gonna pretty much jump right into things. Only have one announcement. The only announcement for today is that this month on the 26th is my birthday. I don't like to be reminded about it, but for my birthday, we will be in our Discord having a watch party of one of my most favorite movies in the world, The Big Lebowski. So if you are interested in joining on the 26th, not sure of the time yet. It'll probably be sometime in the evening. We will update you as the date gets closer. But if you are interested, please join us on our Discord for the watch party of the Big Lebowski. You are required to wear your finest robes and drink your favorite drinks. And if you are a fan of the Big Lebowski or know of the movie, it will be also great if you drink the occasional White Russian, also known in the movie as Caucasians. So that's pretty much it. As far as our announcements go. And with that, we can kind of just jump into the game. So, um, last time we got together, we you were escaping the the keep of a strange professor who had somehow lured your party to their keep in the middle on in the island in the middle of the Ustalock. Um, you went through a number of strange uh, journeys within the keep, finding and freeing the professor's creation, um, finding and freeing two other individuals, one of which seemed to also be a creation of the professor's. Um, After some strange portal seemingly being opened, and what seemed to also be a double cross by the two goblin servants of the professor, due to the hoof cracking abilities of Rowan, and somewhat breaking one of the control crystals of this portal, you were actually allowed to leave the island before apparently the keep was being transported to another dimension. In the process of doing so, you ran into in the process of leaving, you ran into what seemed to be some other captives of the professor, being escorted down to the portal room itself with by some 2 dozen kobolds. In an effort to try and free those prisoners, your newly made companion Hope attempted to rescue them, while the rest of you were making your way to the exit of the keep, with one of the prisoners in tow that you had freed, an older man that you later learned to be named Bertrand Von Scott. In the process of trying to free those prisoners, she fell in battle, literally torn apart by this pack of kobolds. You all safely made your way out of the keep, and in doing so, somewhat witnessed the disappearance of the entire keep itself. Later on, you did find the remains of your fallen companion, wrap them carefully, and you all made your way back to Leah's magic boat. Um, and upon, with the direction of Bertrand von Scott, who apparently was a denizen of Trostenwald, the location in which you were all trying to make your way towards. Under his direction, you were able to make your way back to Trostenwald. Um, you found out rather quickly that uh, Bertrand was uh, apparently gone for some 85 years. And you made your way to the lawmaster's office. The lawmaster, a little confused, a little curt, but completely recognizing Bertrand underneath all the facial hair and dirt and emaciation. You did. He was left with the lawmaster, and you were requested to stay within the town of Trostenwald for the time being, while the lawmaster looked into where Bertrand was and the circumstances of his return. You all did share much information with the lawmaster, um, but were still requested to stay nonetheless. You were uh, directed to the Nestled Nook Inn, which is actually maybe about a 10 or 15-minute walk from the lawmaster's office. You sat down at a table. You got keys to 3 rooms, and you began to eat a large meal, a much deserved meal, at this now lunchtime ish, lunch around lunchtime, noon, midday. And you're all now sitting around a table in the Nestled Nook Inn, contemplating what to do now. Before we actually jump and dive right in, I will say, before we had left, I did say that you would be, at this point in time, there would be a 2-week downtime, 2 weeks of downtime for your group while in Trostenwald. And you all, between the last game and this game, did send me the requests of what you would all like to do. So we could role play those things. There'll probably be roles for a number of them, but all of it will be taken care of while we're doing this. And you can all do it individually. You can all do it together. This will be a decision that you all make as we move forward in today's game. All right. So with that, again, you are sitting around currently. It's sometime midday. You just left the lawmaster's office. You are now eating food. You all have the keys to your rooms. What would you all like to do?
Aren't we sitting around the table eating?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to eat.
Sure, yeah, and you're right now you're eating the lunch special, which I mean it really is like just a small like mixture of fruits and meats and some cheeses. There's two large flag pitchers of ale that have been put down in front of you, and so yeah, there's plenty of food, there's plenty to drink, and that's kind of where you are right now.
As I am eating, I am going through Hope's scroll case, where she's got a bunch of notes and papers and stuff, and I'm just kind of reading through everything.
Okay.
Which out of game I do have available
in
front of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all the stuff that she sent you. That you have is all in game. So you can actually refer to any of those materials that you want to in the game.
Cool.
Jarina, does any of her stuff indicate her belief system or religion? Or I mean, that might fall into how we bury her.
Give me some time to read through this, and it seems like they're kind of like journal notes about when we first grouped up and our travels. So give me give me a bit to kind of look through this.
Okay. I'm gonna excuse myself from the table, but I'll be back in a little bit.
So,
Okay, yeah, you all watch. You all watch as Roman kind of gets up. She leaves the table and she kind of walks out of the door from the inn.
So, we all agreed that we would come here and get a map, find a map maker, and get maps, and then we would all go our separate ways. Are we still on that? Because I have to go north, and I know that there's a few people who have to go the opposite direction.
We need to get a map first in order to determine where we gotta go, right?
Yeah. That's why I said we
So-
need a map maker. Or we need to find a map maker. But I'm asking who's going where so that we can buy as many maps as we need, and anybody going in the same direction can have their own individual map for that small group.
I would say to go find a library. The band have many archives and maps, so
Well, I already know where I have to go. I've been there before. I have to go around the area of Shady Creek Run by the woods. All the way up north.
Is that going towards the capital?
That is further than Hupperduke. Past the Marrow Valley.
Yeah, we need a map.
Yeah, Galen,
I've
everything.
traveled that area before.
Yeah, Galen, everything she just said, you have no idea what she's talking about.
I've probably heard of them, but I don't know where that is.
Right, you have no reference for that.
So I think our next mission should be to get a map.
Going
sounds
around
like a
town.
plan for me.
Okay. So who's doing what first? I mean, again, this is noontime on the first day since you just got there, and you have 2 weeks of downtime. So it doesn't all have to be done in the same day, or you could do it in the same day. It's completely up to all of you.
I'm gonna look for where we can get a map. Anybody who wishes to join me can join me.
All right, Galen, make an investigation check for me, please.
Hold on, gotta move some dice.
Yep.
Uh, 14.
14. Yeah, you try for about a good 20 minutes or so. You're trying to basically like get the attention of the young woman that basically brought you your food earlier, and it literally is like lunch hour in this place, and so you're having a hard time actually getting her attention. But in about 15-20 minutes or so, she comes up. She goes, "Oh, look, I saw you waving. I'm sorry. It's just really busy right now. What can I do for you?"
Sorry to interrupt. Do you know where we could find like a map maker, or do you know any place where they sell maps here, around here?
She kind of thinks for a moment. She goes, "Well, it's not. We don't have like a map maker in particular here. But you might have some. You might have some luck. It's not too far from here. It's maybe a good 20-minute walk or so. You could try Hillsbook Parchment and Binding. They've got a lot of books there, and they sell scrolls, wrapped up pieces of parchment there. I'm not a big reader, so I don't know what they sell there, but you might have some luck there.
Okay.
I walk in just as they're discussing this, and I wipe my tears away, and I say, "Bookstore? Is that a bookstore?"
She
Yes,
kind
bookstore.
she kind of turns around. You all right, sweetie?
What? Yes. Yeah, I'm. We just had a rough day. What's the
Right.
name of the bookstore again?
Oh, it's Hillsbrook Parchment and Binding.
Okay, let me write that down.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. No worries, no worries. Anything else? It's getting a bit busy.
Just some extra drink, and I get my mug, and I kind of like shake it. Just
Yeah,
some
yeah.
more
Yeah.
drink.
I'll be right with you. And she kind of turns around and she kind of shuffles off.
I did say a library, so
Worth to ask.
I don't think a library would allow us to take a map with us. It may not even allow us to copy one, but if we go to a bookstore, maybe we can find maps there.
all right. I wouldn't.
Guys, how long would you say we were on that island for?
Probably
A
like
night?
yeah, not that long.
I think we were gone a lot longer than we think. We were gone for almost a month, I think.
What?
I am a child of this planet, and I am a student of the Druids, and the sun is just sitting the wrong way on the horizon. I think we were gone a lot longer than we think we were.
Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down.
The passage of time does move differently on that island. If you remember, that man was there for years, although it did not feel like it for him.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind, that I think we're further ahead in our timeline than we think.
Dear.
Galen looks around. Did anybody pay attention to when she was just saying that we pretty much time traveled?
Make a perception check.
Uh, 16.
16. You kind of look around. Nobody seems to be paying attention. You see, there's a few tables where people are just kind of like diving into their food. You have the occasional person kind of glance over at your group, but then you kind of look around and you realize, compared to everybody else in this tavern, you are a pretty colorful group, and rather large. So you get the impression that that's probably where the looks are what the looks are about. But outside of that, nobody's like intently listening or trying to hear your conversation.
Okay.
Oh, Galen, about this time, you look down and you realize that your illusion is starting to fade.
Excuse me, guys. I need to go to my room.
When Galen says this, you all see the visage of the human Galen completely just, and he is now Drow Galen again. But he's got his hood up, or I'm assuming you had your hood up at that point.
Yeah, as soon as I said that, I got my hood up real quick.
Yeah, and you can see, and he just rushes off.
Good thing he's fast.
Right, so Galen, you make it up to your room.
I quickly lock the door behind me. Oh, that was too close. Oh. What the fuck? How long did that actually last?
That was from the time you actually did that in the boat as you were getting close to Trostenwald up until now has been just an hour.
I need to sit down. I stay in my room for a bit.
You do know again. You can re-up the illusion, but you do have a time frame on it. So just something to be aware of.
Yeah, he's gonna try to relax a bit after nearly being lynched for being discovered as probably a spy.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you all watched Galen just kind of zip up to the room, just as his illusion faded. What would the rest of you like to do? If you just want to eat, and again at this point, just so you know, we can kind of fast forward to days or times of the day. We don't have to role play or do stuff like every minute or every hour. You have 2 weeks in this town at the very least. So we can do that. So if you guys don't want to do anything currently, or you just want to finish up and maybe, spend the rest of the day in your room, or you want to do something in between, you just let me know and we can do that.
I grab the waitress as she flies by.
Okay.
Again. I ask for a glass of wine, and then I ask her what the date is. I explain real quickly that we were on an extended camping trip, and we lost track of time. If she could just tell me what the date is real quick.
Okay. I will say make a just a straight dexterity check for me. Because she is rushing around, and this is gonna see how if you actually get to grab her or not, because she is rushing around super fast trying to get people's orders in and bringing orders. She seems to be all by herself, like doing all this stuff. Even though you just recently met Larry, who gave you your keys, he doesn't seem to be a big help at all.
$14.
14. Okay, yeah, just I mean, you almost miss her, but you are able to grab her arm, and not roughly, but you're able to grab her arm, and she literally didn't even see you, and she's like, oh, yes, dear, what can I do for you?
Yes. Can I get a glass of wine? And also, I have a question really quickly. My companions and I, we were on this extended camping trip, and I lost track of time. Could you just tell me what the date is?
Oh, yes. So yeah, I know how it is. I used to go camping with my brother when I was younger, and sometimes we stay out there all the times. I get it. Well, right now it's the 23rd of Quinpala. So I hope that helps. And you do know that when she gives you that date, that is about 3.5 weeks from the time you got onto the island, roughly.
Oh.
Thank you very much, dear.
No problem. I'll bring you that wine right away. And yeah, the other gentleman, he wanted some more ale. I'll bring that right over. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. I'm so busy. Sorry.
No worries.
And she kind of shuffles off again. About 10 minutes later, she does come back with a nice goblet of wine. Looks like red wine, and another pitcher of ale. And she's like, "All right, that'll be a silver."
I give her a silver.
Great, thank you. And she kind of takes it, and she shuffles off just as quickly away.
How close is everybody sitting together at the table?
I mean, it's not a large table. I mean, you guys aren't like squished together. But you're all fairly close to each other.
Okay, and other people, are they within like listening distance, or
The tables and the people sitting at those tables are roughly anywhere between 5 to 10 feet away, depending on which side of the tables they are. There's about maybe 7 tables in this inn, and you're kind of sitting, not in the middle, but you're more towards like the eastern wall. So like on the eastern side of the table, you can sit around a table, but then there is a wall and a window that you can see outside, and then there are 3 tables kind of surrounding your table.
Okay. I'm gonna lean in a little bit and kind of in a husher type voice. Um, guys, I didn't find anything about where Hope comes from. Um, however, did find her notes on what the fixer gave her. And what it says on the scroll. She's looking for somebody. She was, and I stop for a second, and I take a deep breath. She was looking for somebody, from the, I don't know how to pronounce this, Siren Green, Chiron Green Forest,
Siren Green.
Siren Green Forest, south of D-Stock, where the Sarius mountains cut into the forest. And the person's name is Zumaris. Does this sound familiar to anybody?
Can you spell that siren green for me, please?
Cyren Green.
And the person's name again?
Zummaris.
No, unfortunately, I do not recognize that name.
Me neither. And I don't know anything about tieflings, but she says that as a tiefling that can walk the plains, I may have figured out exactly why I've been getting this strange feeling from when we discovered the keep. But that was the last thing that she wrote as we were kind of busy.
I will say Jarina, Leah, and Phoebe, you've heard of the forest. None of you've actually been there, but you've heard of it.
Yeah, she was probably drawn to the energies of the keep because it was infernal energy. I suspect that our hostess was some sort of fiend or devil.
Now, the hearing about the forest, was it just like we heard the name of it in like studies or in passing, or because my nature?
If the 3 of you want to, you can make a history check.
DM?
Yes.
What was the name of our waitress again?
I don't know if she. No, she did introduce herself. Her name, I believe her name was Yorda. Yeah,
Okay.
it was Yorda. Jarina, what did you get?
20 not nat.
20 not nat. Okay, Leah.
5 not nat.
Okay. Phoebe.
21 not nat.
Okay, Leah, you heard of it. The hell you know anything about it, but you heard of it. You do hear kind of over your shoulder, it's like, it's a forest. We don't go there. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Jarena and Phoebe, you do know, one, it is on the eastern side of the Dwendalian Empire. Actually, I'm sorry, at the southwestern end of Wine and Deer. The Siren Green Forest hugs the base of the Sirios Mountains. The forest is the second largest source of lumber in the Empire, with logging companies from Diastock and Trostenwald working the north and south sides respectively. Most logging is limited to the outer tree line due to dangers in the shady interior of the Siren Green. The lush heart of the forest is home to some wilder families who brave the dangers of the forest to live a freer life, as the tax reapers are reticent to visit too often. There are also scores of abandoned cabins scattered throughout the deep woods, where it is believed folks were either forced to flee or were killed by the wild denizens of the forest. That is pretty much, with those rolls, that's pretty much all you know. But that's why it probably rings a bell, just hearing about that. This is where most of the lumber in the Empire comes from.
At this point,
Gotcha.
Galen reverts
I
back
see.
to. Galen reverts back to his human form
Okay.
and begins to walk downstairs.
Okay.
Quick question.
Shoot.
I just want to I just want to look over. Does anybody other than my group look at me oddly?
Make another perception check for me.
Okay. 15.
15. You look around. Everybody seems to be, most of the people in here seem to be more interested in finishing their meals. They see you walking down the stairs as you actually, come down the stairs. They kind of look up and see somebody coming down the stairs, and then they go right back to eating. And the rest of you see Galen coming down the stairs, back in his human form.
Sorry, guys. I had to take my medication. I wink when I say that. I have to take it every hour, and I kind of point at my wrist, so that I don't get injured or harmed.
Are you feeling better?
Oh yeah,
That was
much
subtle.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
better. I know. I'm good at being subtle.
Well,
So-
I would like to go find some potions as well as those maps.
Yes.
Would
Sounds
you
like a
like
good
me
idea.
to accompany you, Jarena?
Yes. Galen, would you mind procuring multiple maps if possible? And Phoebe and I will venture to get some potions.
Okay.
Um,
I'm not getting maps for everybody, every individual person. I'm just getting maps for a group of people going to different directions.
mhm.
So, how many of us are going north and how many of us are going south? That's the big question.
I think it's a bad idea to split up.
I agree. Considering
I
what
got-
I'm
happened,
I'm gonna
I think we are stronger together than apart. We're going to
I
need
got
all
shit
the help
to
we
do.
can get. So
Yeah,
do I. But I'm not
I'm
after
not-
what happened.
Do we have any reason to be worried about the town we're in? As long as we don't stir any trouble,
I personally have
I
my
feel like
own worries.
I do too. And traveling as a large group in a town is not necessarily within my interest at the moment. In all fairness, I'm gonna maintain a low profile and get a lay of the area find some points of interest, and I figure we can reconvene on a,
Well,
daily
how about this?
basis.
How about this? Because we
This-
obviously need to unwind. How about we take this time to rethink our priorities considering what happened last time? I personally do not think it is wise for us to split apart, considering our situations and what had happened last time. So by the end of everything, when we get everything we need, perhaps we rendezvous back at the inn and we talk it over instead of making decisions right then and here.
And yes, we have to figure out how we're gonna do Hope's funeral as well while we're in town here.
So let's wind down while we're here. We can go about our business while we're here to keep a low profile, but we should not make any hasty decisions. Not now.
And
at least.
I definitely don't want to piss off that lawmaster.
I'm not sure I understand how taking a walk around town is a hasty decision.
Yeah.
As I mean, saying that it is best now to go our separate ways after we leave town. I think we should, because we are here, we should take this time to rest, do what needs to be done, but I personally believe that we should not split up. So let's think about what we need rather than what we want to do, instead of making a hasty decision whether to split up or not right now.
That's fair. I haven't decided how I'm leaving from this place, but for now I'm gonna go take a stroll, and
Okay.
yeah, since it's still the middle of the day, I'm gonna, go proceed to have a stroll around town.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go with Galen. I think a map is necessary. I think we can get one, and if we need to copy it, we can make copies. I mean, I can, between me and Phoebe, we can sketch it out and label it. It should be fine.
Yes, I agree.
You guys see Jarina's face just like pale even more than it already is. And her eyes are like wide. And Phoebe, can I speak to you for a moment or two?
Of course. I mean, get up and I follow you.
I lead you outside because we're gonna go get potions anyway.
Okay, so not to cut you off. I'm sorry, but before that happens, you actually see Squall get up, and he just because he just said he was going for a stroll, he gets up and he walks out the door, before you two actually go out. Okay.
Mhm.
So continue. I'm sorry.
As we're walking, I kind of grab Phoebe by the hand and kind of like hurry up a little bit outside.
Okay.
I want to find a spot there's not a lot of people talking or like around to hear.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Assistance?
Well, the two of you make individual perception checks.
I got a 5.
Okay. Phoebe?
16.
16 or 6?
16.
16. Okay. You kind of looking around, and Jarina, you're a little flustered. Maya's still on your shoulder. She's just kind of like gripping there. She hasn't made any noises or anything, but she seems very alert as well. But you're kind of looking around, and there's people walking through the streets. You see, a few families, a few individuals pushing carts, carrying things. It's a little overwhelming. All these people, and especially everything that's going on. So you're kind of looking, but you're not really looking. Phoebe, you start looking around, and there is like a little alley off to the side of the inn. It's just kind of like right there. You can kind of turn and walk, and it's not like small or dark or anything, but it is kind of a little out of the way. So you direct Jarina to this alleyway, As she's kind of pulled you out and now seems to be a little kind of lost, you kind of grab her hand and lead her over to this alleyway.
What's the matter?
I think Hope and my paths were supposed to cross.
Oh. How so?
I was reading through some of her notes and I found where she's from. And I've been in that area before.
Where?
In the northeast of the Dwendalian Empire. So, in the northeast, there's a Savalier Wood. It is predominantly off in its nature. The colors are off. There's like a lot of purple and gray plant life there. And this is where I saved Maya from a giant spider. Something's always felt off, and I've felt, I don't know how to explain it, but I have felt some sort of like, not connection, but something draws me there. And where I'm supposed to go is near the area where Hope is from.
I see.
But what and I show her, hold on, I show her the passage, and just I point to where I'm talking about. She had a vision, specifically where she saw elves living in a beautiful city, and she saw an explosion of purple light, and immediately all nature around the explosion began to turn purplish gray. The final vision was of a cracked stone or crystal, and the only thing she recognized was the color of purple and gray nature that is common in the Savalier Wood. Now, if you've noticed, and I take my staff out and I create a daisy this time.
All right, so Phoebe, you watch as she pulls the staff out. You see a little vine begin to grow from the staff itself, like it's coming from the staff, within the staff. And it starts out as a green vine and quickly turns purple, but not a sickly purple, just like a light to dark purplish color. And then you see from the vine grow an actual daisy, but the daisy itself is also purple.
Peculiar.
So, I'm from the north in the Dwendalian Empire. And I look around again, and I whisper, my deity is an illegal deity to worship. But throughout growing up, I have noticed, my family has noticed plant life growing around me in a similar color as the Savalier Forest, which is why I came to the Fixer, to find out why this is happening to me and what I'm supposed to be doing with this. I have traveled to the Savalier Woods before and felt something off. And my scroll from the Fixer directs me to that area.
Jarina kind of sees me, my eyes like cast down to the floor and start shifting almost anxiously. I'm from the Dwendalian Empire as well.
Where?
The north. I take a breath. I did not want to tell anyone this in fear of risking, arrest. I'm from Icehaven. the Zemni Fields in western Winanad,
Wine and deer.
White India. I kind of hesitate. Someone is out to arrest me. There was nothing illegal that I did. It was the fact that he did not get what he wanted out of my area of expertise because he chose not to fully disclose certain information for me that could have been detrimental to the trip. But he decided that I had turned my back on our word, although there was no form of contract to say otherwise. So he has guards looking for me to arrest me. And that is why I am on... Well, it's not the main reason I am running. I am also trying to secure my birthright.
So it seems as though all of us are from, well, not all of us, but at least some of us have been in around the same areas.
So I believe our paths would cross eventually. This cannot be coincidence. I'm a logical person, and this cannot be coincidence.
Jarina gets lost in a thought and looks off to the side, and then she kind of looks back at Phoebe. Have you ever heard of... So, my family, my birth family, are gnomes.
Oh.
And I look at myself, I know, I'm not a gnome. I don't look like a gnome. But I swear, I was born into a family of gnomes in Hupperduke. I have always wondered why I was different. And this has been something that I've been trying to discover, and basically how I came to look for the fixer. I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I can do the things that I do. Have you heard of anything like this happening in your travels?
Have I?
I will say roll a history check for me, please.
I'll be right back.
$20 not nat.
Okay. You've never heard of a non-gnome being born into a family of gnomes. It's nothing you've ever read about or come across in anything. But not knowing 100% what Jarina might be, it's hard to say.
Well, I'm not entirely sure, Jarina. In your particular case, I honestly have no clue what you are. So I can't say with any certainty if this is not an uncommon occurrence in a particular race or family.
Jarina kind of looks disappointed, a little defeated, but in a soft voice, I guess we'll just have to take a look at the map and see where we're going to have to venture, because I do want to investigate this, and if Hope's family is still near living near the Savalier Forest, I would like to bring her body to them.
I could travel as far as northeast if you wish for any company, but I cannot go anywhere near the northwestern.
Understood.
At-
Can we keep this between us for now?
Absolutely. I don't wish for the others to know about. I'm still not comfortable with disclosing what my birthright is, but I wish to keep any information about this between us as well.
Understood.
As you're finishing up this conversation, Jarina, Maya, she starts going, and both of you turn around and you can see a Crown's Guard walking towards you into the alley. And he goes, hey, what's going on here?
Just
We're
having
just
a
having a talk.
conversation.
Right. All right. What's your business? What are you doing in this alley here? Just standing here.
We're residents of the inn. It was too crowded and we needed to discuss some, things. That's all.
Kind of looks you both up and down and says, "Yeah, all right. Don't linger. Alleys are not the best place for conversations. So move along."
We will.
Understood.
Thank
We
you.
were just leaving.
Kind of nods, turns around, and walks back the way he came.
Oh, sir, excuse me.
Yeah, he turns around.
Where can we find some potions for purchase?
Kind of looks you up and down. Says, "Do I look like a freaking tour guide?"
No, but I thought I'd ask.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
I rolled 2 16s. It's a 19.
19?
Disadvantage.
He kind of looks at both of you again and he sighs. He goes, "Yeah, if you go over to Lockwood, there's a place over there called Natural Remedies. They might be able to help you."
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Again, move along.
So me and Jarina start leaving the alley. Do you want to go back inside the inn or go to the
I
potion?
think we should go to Natural Remedies. I would also like to find some grub for Maya.
All right.
Alright, so you two go. Squall. You have left the inn, and you go on your walkabout of Trostenwald. As you walk out of the inn, it's almost like a crossroads. There's four different ways that you can go. North, south, east, or west. Which way would you like to go?
North.
North. Okay. You start making your way northward, and again, as you're walking through the streets, you can see there are a number of people out on the street going about their daily business. Right? You have some people who are pushing carts, others who are just kind of going from one point to the other. You can see some families and some children. And you do see that a couple of the children, as they're walking with what you would assume, their parents or guardians, they kind of look at you and they go, "Mommy, look at the blue guy! Mommy, look at the blue man!" And she's like, "Don't do that, don't do that." And she kind of rushes along. You start, and as you're making your way north, make a perception check for me.
Sure. Okay, 16.
16. You start to notice after the first couple of times that some of the smaller children have kind of like pointed at you and pointed you out. You look behind you and you start to realize there are two Crown's Guard that you initially saw standing outside of the inn. They're about maybe 30 or 40 feet behind you, and as you stop, they stop.
Okay. Perhaps I should find some place to get some sort of nondescript clothing or something to cover myself up a little bit.
Okay.
Is there any garment shop nearby?
Make an investigation check for me, please.
Whew. Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay. For a total of
20.
20. Okay. All right. No, that's fair. Yeah. So as you're walking, and you notice that there's these two Crownsguard just looking at you, following you. You look up and you start looking around, and almost immediately to your left, to your right, is a shop. It doesn't have a name on it, but the plaque does show like a needle, like the classic spool of thread with a needle in it. And in the window, you can actually see what look like fine clothing hanging in the window.
Okay. So I'm gonna, I guess, go into the shop and see if I can't get something to get something to maybe generate a reasonable disguise.
Okay, sure. So you make your way into the shop, and as you do, you open the door, and there's a little bell at the top of the door. Says you open the door, ding, 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 ding. And it's not a very big shop. There is a counter, maybe like 10 feet from the door, and you can actually see a number of articles of clothing on both sides of the wall, just kind of like either on hooks or makeshift hangers. You can see some cloaks. You can see trousers folded on shelves. A number of very nice looking like jackets. All sorts, and you can see that they're pretty much in the style of the folks that you've been seeing throughout the town, but just a little finer made.
Mm-hmm.
And as the bell rings and you walk in, behind the counter, you can see a human man, very, very sallow skin, very, very thin. His hair, he's got like black hair with a little salt and pepper in it. Very wet and very slick back. There's a little bit of a widow's peak coming down to the forehead. He has a pencil thin mustache. And he is dressed in a very, very fine, long black and blue coat with these gold embroidery on it. And he goes, "Oh yes, hello, welcome to the finest furs in Trostenwald. I'm Oliver. How can I help you?"
Hi, Oliver. I guess I'll be direct. I don't have a terrible lot of money on me, but I am looking for something that would make me stand out a little less in the streets.
As you say, you don't have a lot of money. His demeanor kind of changes. He goes, "I see. Well, maybe you might be happier finding something in the Lockwood district. You are in the Northwood district, and money is what gets you the finer things in life."
Mm-hmm.
There's two places. There are two places down in the Lockwood district who will probably be very happy to help you.
That sounds fine. Could you point me in the right direction?
The street you came up, turn around and walk the opposite way. When you get to the dock area with the fishermen people, you're there.
Sounds great. And I make my leave.
And he doesn't even say goodbye. He just watches you leave, and then you're out. So as you walk out of the door, the two Crownsguard that were following you are across the street, just watching and staring at you as you leave.
I keep my head focused on my destination, and I proceed to follow the directions I got to the other district.
Okay. It takes you about half an hour. It's a half an hour walk from where you are. And the Crown's Guard follow you the whole way. Um,
Mhm.
and as you get to the Lockwood district, make an investigation check for me.
6.
6. Okay. You start asking around for clothing, and you grab a couple of the first couple of people that you see. Like, excuse me, is it? Hey, well, yeah, what do you want? He said, I'm looking for clothing. He's like, the fuck I look like a tool guard? Just kind of walk away from you. And that goes on for like a good 20 minutes before like you come across this really like really old, gnarled man. I mean, it looks like just like life has run this man over numerous times, and he's just refused to give up. His muscles, I mean, they look like cords, like hard cords, just bulging in his frame. But he's got like a hunch, and he's just kind of like one eye is squinted, and the other one's like, and he goes, "Hey, you looking for clothes?"
Yeah, and just something to potentially take some
Yeah, you
attention away from me.
you wanna go to Jack's Clothes?
And that would be
Right there, Jack's Clothes.
Oh.
And he
Got
turn and like you can like you're saying where, and you turn around, and clearly like the next set of buildings, probably maybe a good maybe 5-10 minute walk from where you are. But he's like kind of pointing in a general direction. Yeah, it's over there. It's Jack's Clothes.
okay. I do my best to find out where over there is.
He's over there. You just like you walk, and then you're gonna find the clothes out in the front, and that's Jack's Clothes.
Got it. Jack's clothes.
Jack's Clothes. You deaf?
And I
Jack's Clothes.
got it.
Is that it?
Yes.
He just turns around and walks away.
Okay, yeah. And I just try to follow his pointing and to Jack's clothes.
You walk where he pointed towards, and actually, yeah, you can see that there's like it's like a very very small, you wouldn't even call it a storefront. It's more it looks like a shed kind of.
Mhm.
There's no like placard that shows anything, but there's a shelving in the front of the store, and it looks like there's folded clothing just right in the front, and you can see like you can see a guy maybe in his late 30s, early 40s, kind of sitting down in front. He's got like a sun hat on, and it's kind of pulled down over his eyes. There's a pipe in his mouth, and there's like a lazy bit of smoke coming out of the pipe. It looks like he might be napping, but you're not entirely sure. The smoke is like maybe he's smoking, or you're not sure. But that's what you see.
Okay. Hello? I'm looking for some clothes.
He lifts up the hat and he looks up, and yeah, he looks his skin is sun weathered, kind of wrinkled, no facial hair whatsoever, but you can see kind of like sideburns underneath the hat, kind of coming down to about cheek level. And he looks up, he pulls the pipe out of his mouth, he goes, "Hey, well, you come to the right place. This is Jack's Clothes. I'm Jack. So what you need?" He kind of looks you up and down. "Oh, you trying to cover all of this, right?"
Haha, yeah.
Yeah.
Something to take the eyes off of me.
Yeah. No worries. You kind of dressed pretty like weird and fancy. So that in itself is going to get your eyes turned towards you. But all of this is probably not helping either. I can help you. And
Okay.
and so he gets up, and he just literally just starts pulling clothes off the shelf and putting them in your hand. So he like pair of trousers, a very simple like muslin shirt, a very like very simple like cloak, like woolen cloak. Um, there's a hood attached to the cloak. I was like, you want gloves? I could get you some gloves. It'd be a little extra, but
Uh, do you think they'll be necessary?
kind of looks down at your hands. He goes, I mean, it really is going to be weird if you like cover everything else and still got the jazz hands going, you know?
Fair enough.
I mean,
Sure.
like it's a
If I
record.
can afford it, let's do it.
It's a recommendation. It's not, but it's like, you're asked to help with this, so it's what I'm trying to do.
Sure.
All right. He goes inside the shack, and then he comes back with very simple brown leather gauntlets that go all the way kind of like mid forearm. They're actually, I mean, they look pretty worn, like somebody's worn them before, but they're not bad. Like they're not they don't have holes in them. They're not torn apart or anything. He says, all right. So yeah, this will set you up pretty nicely. All this together, you're looking at about 6 silver.
Okay, that's fine, and I'll take it. Yeah, I'll hand over the 6 silver.
All right, give him the 6 silver, and in each silver you hand him, he grabs it and he just bites into it, puts it in a pouch. Until he gets to the 6th one, he goes, "All right, it's not in business with you. If you need anything else, this is where I'm at."
Okay, and yeah, as he was handing me everything, I was like doing my best to put it on, and
Are
assuming
you
that I don't have to
are you
completely-
disrobing in the street? Like, is that what you?
No, not fully disrobing in the street. In fact, before I leave him, I'll ask if there's a place that I could potentially change nearby.
And he kind of looks up at you and
Without-
goes, "Oh, you mean like one of them fancy changing rooms they got in the big cities, right?"
I suspect that might not be easy to find, but
Well,
I guess
I mean, I
dark
got,
corner would-
I mean, I got me house, and he's just pointing at the door he just walked into. He goes, "But I'm gonna have to charge you a little extra because it's me house."
Sure. What are we
A silver.
know,
It's a silver.
here? And I hand him a gold.
Oh, oh, this way, sir. He kind of gets up. He opens the door for you, and he goes, "Hey, if you need anything else, you just let me know. You need a little, nip. Anything else? Just I'm your man." So,
That's fine, and I proceed to use his house to quickly change and make my leave.
yeah, he stands in the doorway and watches you the whole time. Not in a creepy way, but like even though you just gave him a gold, it's almost like he's making sure you don't steal anything from him.
I'm used. That's fine. Yeah, I'm used to peering eyes, so I'm not totally uncomfortable.
And so you finish up, and as you leave, he says, "All right, yes,
I'll be right back.
sure." And as you finish up, he's like, "All right, if you need anything else, just let me know. I'll be right here. This is where I'm at." Good to meet you, sir, and thank you for your patronage.
No problem. Perhaps I'll see you again. And I take off, continuing in my journey to get a lay of the area.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll say for the next couple of hours or so, you start making your way through Trostenwald. You're in the Lockwood district. You make your way back towards where the inn is, which is the hill district. The hills. Let's see. I'm gonna get this right. It is the. Why cannot find it. Luckward, Hillward. It's the Hillward district.
Okay.
And you're able to, you see, some of the businesses, but you get the whole time. Those two Crowns Guard are following you, have been following you around, always at a distance. They had at no point that they try to interact with you unless you decide to interact with them. And you definitely in your new clothing, you're definitely looking at very people aren't looking at you as much.
Okay.
All right. Anything
All
else
right.
you want to do, or?
No, for right now, I'm gonna just keep my head down and not and maintain as low of a profile as possible while, keeping my eyes and ears to the ground and trying to, again, find points of interest and however much I can accomplish for the day and spend my time here doing that. Eventually, achieve finding a place to get a map and,
Yeah, I mean,
but
just walking
doesn't have to be
around.
that
Yeah,
today.
yeah, just walking around, getting your clothes, and again, you kind of started this in the middle of the day. You didn't see everything here in Trostenwald. There just wasn't enough hours in the day to see all of it yet. But
Sure.
you've started your kind of like your walkabout of Trostenwald, I guess.
Fantastic.
All right. So, does anybody else want to do anything on this first day while you are in Trostenwald? Leah.
Leah would like to go check on her boat, so I'm going to go to check on the boat, and then I'm going to start walking around the town to look for the stuff to conjure Lucy and the things we talked about that she would be doing on her layover.
Sure.
But I would also like to know if we could find someone to give sailing lessons.
Okay, sure. All right. So, is anybody going to go with her, or is Leah going by herself?
I mean, if it's on the way, we'll go with her, but if where we're going isn't, then no. And I mean me and Rowan.
Do you know where you're going?
Didn't she give us directions of the bookstore?
Well, she told you where it was. Leah said that. Leah, do you even want them to go with you?
Not right now.
Okay.
I have a little gallivanting to do.
Okay. So you watch as Leah's like, all right, I'll see y'all later. And she kind of gets up and you make your way back to where you docked your boat, which was in the Lockwood district. You make your way back to the boat. It's only been maybe 2 hours or so since you actually made port. As you make your way there, you can see on the various docks, you can see some boats that are docked and some of the docks are empty. You can see the dockmaster that you paid your fee to, just kind of walking around, talking with various people. You make your way over to your boat. It's still docked. Still seems to be, fine. The body, the wrapped up body of Hope is still inside the cabin. There hasn't been any doesn't seem like anything is missing or anything else is wrong with it. Everything seems to be up and on the up and up.
Okay. Well, Leah's gonna go on the deck, check things out, go check on Hope's body, and then have a little conversation with Varys.
Okay. Yeah, so you get on the boat, you check it out. You do see the dockmaster kind of look over and see you, and he just kind of like nods and acknowledges that you're there, and then continues, about his own business. But yeah, you check everything out. You go in, and you go into the cabin, and Hope's body is wrapped up. Still there, no issues. You hear the voices. All right, so what's the plan?
Plan is to keep as low a profile as possible. We are strangers in a strange land, and we don't know if we have any friends.
No, yeah, let's keep a low profile, Captain.
Thank you.
No, I'm being sarcastic. Why'd you tell that guy you were the captain?
Because it's my boat. I don't want anybody taking my boat.
Oh, that's fair.
Just because I'm the captain doesn't mean I don't have to know how to sail it. I can hire somebody to sail it.
Yeah, but that's not an extra mouth to feed. That's also someone else that you're making sure they're not trying to stab you in the back. Do you really want to bring an extra person upon? I mean, look what happened to this one. And he kind of points down to Hope's body.
Leah just looks sad and she shakes her head at Hope. What a tragedy.
Yeah, she was so young. It's a shame. It's really a shame.
I wish we had gotten to know her better, but she will be remembered.
Yeah, who are we talking about? This one. Yeah. Yes, she will be missed.
I think we should see about getting Lucy on board.
You keep talking about this thing. You know you're going to need, the cash for the things you need to summon it, right?
Not the cash. I'm just wondering if this is the right place or time.
I mean, it can't hurt. This is something that you would be controlling, so it's, less worrisome,
Someone on our side, at least.
At the very least. So yeah, if we've got the means, we might as well.
Agreed. All right, let's set out on our journey then.
All right. Do we know where we're going?
Let's just walk around town and see what's available in this strange little city.
Well, sure. All right. I'll follow your lead. All right.
Then Leah starts roaming around the city. I also have a few things to unload, so we're going to be looking for a pawn shop.
Okay. So yeah, you make your way off of the ship, back onto the docks. Make an investigation check for me.
$14.
14. Okay. Yeah, you start making your way off the docks, and occasionally you start, trying to grab a few people, to ask them, hey, where can I find a place that sells, weird things, and, and a couple of them just kind of look at you and kind of grumble and just don't answer you and walk away. And it's maybe like about half an hour, 45 minutes of this, when you actually come across another person almost as you're leaving the Lockwood district. You come across somebody who, again, he's got like a fishing pole over his shoulder, kind of tattered clothing, wearing sandals, and he says, "Yeah, how can I help you?"
I asked him about the stuff I need to summon Lucy. Do you carry these items?
Oh, me personally, no. It sounds like fancy stuff. Like, is that like for magic stuff?
Yeah, sort of. Did you point me in the right direction?
See, like I know some of the big cities have like them weird fancy magic shops. But here we don't have like a fancy magic shops, but maybe Gareth can help you. He's over in natural remedies. Maybe he can help you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's right over there. You go past this, and he starts giving you directions, and it's actually further into the Lockwood district. So you actually have to go back into the Lockwood district. But it's maybe like 10 minutes from where you're at. And this guy gives you actually pretty good directions. You get there, and you can actually see out front, there are like a number of large potted plants, smaller potted plants and what looks like maybe herbs and vines, and they're just kind of like out in front on shelving. There is a window, to the shop as well, and in the window there are also more plants and kind of planters of different types of herbs and spices and things like of that nature. As you open the door and walk in, you can see there are actually maybe about half a dozen people who seem to be kind of like, meandering around and shopping. And there is a youngish gentleman who seems to be kind of going between people and helping them out. And as you open the door, there's a chime that goes off, like a metal chime that hits, and he goes, "I'll be with you in a second. I'll be with you in a second." And then he just continues to kind of help some more folks. Immediately, like the smell of plants and herbs and just different smells, and none of them unpleasant, but just very strong and pungent within the shop, just hits you immediately as you walk in. Even on the counter, there are planters, like small little planters and pots with different types of plants and herbs. You can also see hanging above you from the ceiling what look like cages that also have these large, some of them look like ferns and some are others that you don't recognize, just kind of bursting out of the sides of these cages and kind of like hanging down from the ceiling as well. About 10 minutes of you just kind of waiting around. The gentleman comes over, and you can see he's in his 30s. He has like dirty blondish hair. It's pulled back in a ponytail. You can see from the slight point to his ear, but not extreme point, that some half elf ancestry. And he's just wearing like a simple tunic with a green tunic with a brown vest on it, and he just says, "I'm so sorry, it got really busy. Usually gets that way during the afternoon, but I'm all yours. What can I do for you?"
What a great shop.
Thank you very
Do you
much.
happen to carry these items? And I hand him the list of what I need.
It's like, oh, let me see, incense. Well, yeah, I don't have I have the incense. I just happen to have some incense. You need 10 gold. Is this for some kind of like ritual or ceremony?
It's for a ceremony.
I see. Oh, so okay, so you're gonna need that kind of incense. Give me a minute. I'll go in the back and check. He goes behind the counter. And at this point, most of the people that he's helped have already purchased their items and left. There's maybe like 2 other people in the store. They seem to be kind of like trying to decide over some specific spices or herbs. He comes back and he says, "I just so happen to have exactly what you're looking for. 10 gold worth of incense. But that'll be it. I mean, I hope that's all you need, because that's all I have."
Thank you so much. And I hand over the 10 gold.
Yeah, so, no worries. Enjoy. Did you need anything else? We have we have many things here in the shop.
Do you happen to have any healing potions?
I do have some healing potions in stock. Yes, brewed some up last month. Some of the troops came through here not too long on their way down to the gates, and they did purchase a good number of them, but I do have 2 left.
And how much are you asking for the 2?
That would be 60 gold apiece.
Let me check what I have.
Yeah, of course. You think about it. I'm gonna go see if I can help them make up their mind. And if you need me, just wave me over. And he kind of goes over to the other 2 people.
Okay, I'll take one of the healing potions if you don't mind.
So yeah, so you wave him over and you tell him nice. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I'll go get it for you. And he kind of goes off into the back, and he comes back with a vial of reddish liquid, kind of corked. And he goes, "Here you go. Just be careful with that."
Thank you so much.
No problem. You give him the money. He's like, "All right, you have yourself a wonderful day, and if you need anything else, just come on back to Natural Remedies."
Thank you. And I head out.
Okay, and you head on out. Make a perception check for me.
Not natural.
Okay. As you're walking out, just above the door, on the door frame, you almost miss it. You see in Thieves' Cant the word safe.
I turn back around and whisper to him in Thieves' Cant, do you acquire strange items as well?
Okay, so you're doing this as he's talking to the two other people.
Oh, no. No, I didn't realize. I thought they left.
Okay, no, he's still with them.
Okay, so I'll just leave and come back again.
Okay, all right, so you leave. As you walk out the door, across the way, there's a Crown's Guard, just kind of standing there. And as you leave and you walk out of the shop, when you're about 30 or 40 feet away from the Crown's Guard, they turn and they start following you.
I start walking in zigzags.
Okay, they're keeping up. Are you making your way back to the inn or going someplace else?
I'm gonna walk around town a little bit. I'm purposely walking like around in circles around the same block to see if they keep following me.
Okay.
Like, annoyingly so.
Okay, yeah. They are absolutely you after being like zigzagging, and you'll walk occasionally and then just quickly duck into an alley. You very quickly realize that they are very purposefully following you.
Do I pass the store that sells candy or baked goods?
Make an investigation check.
I rolled an 18, guys.
18?
There's +2 to it.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 + 2, 20.
Okay. Yeah. As you're walking and occasionally trying to like duck and weave, you kind of, as soon as you realize that they are actually following you, you kind of stop and you're just like, all right, enough of this, and you just trying to make your way back towards the Nestle Nook Inn. And as you are making your way back, you do happen to find a shop that you can actually smell. It smells like almost like freshly baked bread, or some kind of pastry. You're not sure. Just kind of wafting into the street, and you can very clearly see that there is a shop with the placard that has what looks like some kind of pastry on it, and you figure that this is probably what you're looking for.
I'm gonna go in and buy some cookies.
Okay. So you go in, and as you go in, you're just hit with the aroma of various baked goods. And as you walk in, there is like one small little table with a few chairs around it, and behind the counter you can see a very plump human woman. Her hair is kind of like up in a bun with a net over it. You can see some strands of like the brown russet hair kind of coming down in front of her face, wearing an apron. And she goes, "Oh, hello, dear. How can I help you today?"
Yes, the shop smells amazing. I could smell it all the way down the street.
Thank you so much. What can I get for you today?
I'd like 5 cookies, please. Wait, not 5. 4, 6, 10 cookies, please.
Let's just make it an even dozen.
Oh, that sounds perfect.
All right. And she just kind of goes. She goes in the back, behind the counter. She pulls out a small satchel and she starts filling it with the cookies. She ties off the little satchel. And she goes, "All right, that'll be 7 copper."
I pay the lady.
All right, gave it to her. She kind of gives you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Do you need anything else, or is that it?
That's all. Thank you so much.
No problem. You have a good day.
You too. And I turn around and leave.
Yeah, yeah. You walk out of the shop. Across from you is the Crown's Guard that's been kind of tailing you. They seem a little out of breath, but they're still following you.
I walk right up to them and offer them some cookies.
He kind of looks down at you, and you can see now. He's wearing his helmet. And you can actually now see, as you get it, now that you're closer to it, you can see it's kind of on the older side. It looks maybe late 50s, early 60s. And he just kind of looks down at you, and he goes, "Go on about your business."
Okay. And I go into the inn.
Okay, yeah, you walk back to the inn. Continues to follow you until you actually make your way into the inn. All right, so now we get to Galen and Rowan. What would you like to do?
Two best friends.
Something about making your way to a bookstore or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, let's go to the bookstore. Come on, let's go.
All right. And I casually walk.
Okay. The two of you make investigation checks for me, please.
$13.
13? Rowan?
15.
Okay. Yeah, between the two of you and the vague directions that you were given earlier, it's not too long before you actually find a shop. And it's actually one of the larger shops that you've seen so far. There have been a number that you passed on the way. And this is actually going towards, it's actually moving towards the area where the Lawmaster's office is. It's a little bit past it, but it is in the same district. And as you make your way, as you see the shop and you make your way in, the shop itself is kind of laid out. It's almost like a cross. So as you walk in, it's rather large. But then there is a cross section to your left, a cross section to your right, and then one that continues, further. And dead set in the middle is a round, is kind of like a round counter. That in the center you can actually see an older human gentleman kind of sitting there, also reading a book. He's got these small glasses at the edge of his nose as he's kind of just reading this book. As you both walk in, you see he kind of looks up and he goes, "Oh, hello. Welcome to Hillsbrook Parchment and Binding. I own the place. What can I do for you?"
Hello. I'm looking for information on Trostenwald, and my friend here is wondering if you have a map of the region.
"Oh, books on Trostenwald. Well, I can help you there." And he kind of gets up. He puts his book down. And he says, "Well, that's mostly what I have here of the published and put together books. That is. What would you like to learn? We have lots of books about what's different types of vegetation, plants, the various beasts of burden that are unique to Trostenwald, as well as what's best for the different types of grain and wheat that is grown here for the breweries. There's so much information that we have here about Trostenwald. I'm sorry, dear, you'll have to narrow it down for me.
I feel like I want
Galen.
to camp out in here.
Galen starts walking around as the two of them are having their long conversation. He just starts looking around.
Okay.
I just want general information. Maybe a history of Trostenwald itself.
Oh, yeah, yes, we have a few. I think we have a few of those books. Let me go find that for you. And he kind of walks down one of the sections, and you can see, and everywhere, like, there are tables and tables of books just kind of piled up. And the shelving is, you see not only books, but you also see like honeycombs with like parchment wrapped, and just kind of put into these honeycombs. And you can kind of
I look around,
Mm.
and I check to make sure he's looking for that book for me, and I grab just a random book, and I open it up, and I stick my face in it and breathe as deep as I can. And I quick close it and put it back.
Make a sleight of hand check for me, please.
What was it?
4.
4. Okay. So he goes off and he starts looking for the book, and you do that. You grab the book, you open it up, you go, and as you pull the book down, you can see him standing in front of you with like 3 books in his hands, and he's just staring at you. He goes, "I too love the smell of a book, but you got to be careful, like you don't get the snot or anything else, because then I have to charge you for the book."
I promise I'll be careful.
Yes, please,
Just
please.
breathing in, not breathing out.
I appreciate that, but just be careful.
I looked at the two of them, like, and I'm just like, what? The smell of book? Okay.
And he puts the 3 books down. He goes,
They have a lovely smell, almost reminiscent of vanilla.
well, yeah, so, some of the grains that are grown here in Trostenwald have a similar scent, and of course, we are here in the center of the Empire's trust breweries, finest brews in the Empire, of course. So you're bound to smell those smells here.
You hear that, Galen? We're in the center of your favorite place. See, this is why we came to the city, so that we could enjoy the brews, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, from out of town. Yes. So the correct terminology are trusts. So if you want one of the beers here, you refer to them as trusts. That's the name why we're called Trostenwald, after all. Yes. So this first book. Do you read Zemnian, my dear?
I don't speak Zemnian, nor do I read it.
All right. So he kind of puts that book to the side. He's like, "All right. Well, then I have these two books here. Both of them, thankfully, in common. This first one is the history of Trostenwald. And this one basically dates back to right after the Age of Arcanum, up until the founding of Trostenwald. And this one is more recent history about the families that owned breweries and how they brought industry here to the small hamlet of Trostenwald. So I don't know which one you might be interested in, but both are available. Each one of them 1 gold piece.
Oh, I'll take both then.
Oh, excellent. Would you like them wrapped, or will you just take them as is?
I'll take them as is.
All right, here you are. That will be 2 gold, my dear.
I hand him the money.
Okay, he takes the money, hands you the books. Says, enjoy them in good health, and if at any time you wish to no longer own these books, I do buy books back as well. Of course, for a reduced price. Have to make a little bit of profit after all. So-
Understood.
All right, excellent. Is there anything else that you might be looking for?
Do you have maps of the region, of the empire? I mean, we would just like some maps just to
Oh,
add to our collections,
Oh,
and so to help us with our travel.
maps. Maps. We did have a cartographer who lived here in Trostenwald for a number of years, but it's been some time. He was not happy with the business he was doing, and he left for Zadash. I felt that the bigger city would probably be have more use for his skills. That was about some 15 years ago. I don't know if we have any. Sora! And Galen, where you're at, you turn and immediately there is a small 8-year-old girl with black hair, kind of like in two braids, kind of just hanging from the side. Very simple dress. You didn't see her there a moment ago. And she's staring right at you. And without taking her eyes off you, you hear her go, "Father, it's her day off today. She's not here." He said, "Oh, that's right. Oh, thank you, dear. You're welcome." And she's just staring right into you, Galen.
Can I help you?
I don't know. What do you want?
I just turn right back around and just continue looking around the store.
Okay. Says, and then the old man, he turns back to you, Ron. Oh yeah, yeah, she's off today. Yeah, so I think we don't have them here. You might want to try down in the Lockwood district. Or Oglen, he might have something for you there. Yeah, it's Burnished Biblios. If you go and find Oglen, if he doesn't have a map, then you probably won't find any here in Trostenwald. I'm sorry to say.
Burnished Biblios?
Yes.
Okay.
You might. Well, it's not so much of a. It's not a grand store like this is. It's kind of out of the way. But here, this is how you find it, and he gives you very, very detailed instructions on where to find it.
Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. What was your name?
Oh, my name is Gareth. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you as well. I'm Rowan.
Good to meet you, Rowan. Good to meet you. Yes. So, and if you find any new books, I'm always trying to expand my my exotic section. And he points to a small table that has like 6 books on it. Those.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
If I run across any and I have no need of them, I will come and sell them right to you. No problem.
excellent. Yeah, I only have a few, as you can see, but it's mostly about the Menagerie Coast and the Clovis Concord and all those exotic peoples there.
Yes, quite.
Yeah.
I walk over and I browse his exotic section real quick.
Yeah, the 6 books you see there, exactly what he just told you is like there's one book that's specifically like the history of Nicodranus. The other one is the Port de Mali and the trade business of Port de Mali, and the other one just says Port Zune on it. the other 3 books seem to be various books on the different type of trades with other cities and other continents as well.
Do I see anything on trade with Zarzith Kittrell?
Are you just is it just like a passing browse through it, the books, or are you like going to stand there and try and read them?
I'm gonna thumb through.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
Galen is going to be looking for maps, like if they're like hanging about in the store or any.
Okay, Galen, you will also you will make an investigation check for me.
Okay.
26.
26. You find in one of the books like 2 sentences that essentially say trade has been recently established with Zarzith Kittrell, as they are a mostly xenophobic society. The trade is very tenuous, and we are doing, we're trying to keep those bonds together and keep the trade flowing, and that's it. Everything else talks about the types of furs, the types of leathers of the different places, what are the main imports and main exports of various places. But Zarzith Kittrell, that's pretty much all you find in the quick thumbing through.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm done here. Galen, are you finished?
I rolled a 17.
17. Yeah, you start looking around. As you look around, anytime you turn around, that little girl is just following you and just staring right at you. You don't find any books with maps in them. And at one point, she just goes, "What are you looking for?"
Maps. And I say this while I'm looking through some of the stuff.
Are you spying on us?
No.
Because I heard your people like to spy on us.
Not interested in politics or anything.
What's your name?
Lucas.
Make a deception check for me.
Yeah, I know. Uh, 17.
17? She looks at you and she goes, "That's a weird name for a crick."
Eh.
She just continues to stare at you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get going.
All right. And I go.
Okay, you walk out the
Thank you
store.
again.
Oh,
Thank you again.
I also
for...
check my.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
I also check my inventory once I leave the place. If
Yeah.
anything's been stolen.
Okay, yeah, you go through your stuff. All your stuff is there. But as you turn around and you walk, as you're walking out, she's now standing next to her father, and like he's like, "Goodbye, goodbye," and she just, and then you just walk out. Both of
What
you
an
walk out.
adorable little girl.
She saw right through my. I whispered to her. She saw right through my disguise.
Yeah, I heard her. I heard what she called you. Yep, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys walk out. Are you making your way back to the inn?
I want to go to the cartographer.
Oh, okay.
The other store, Biblios.
Furnished Biblios? Okay. All right, so we'll get to that in a moment. Jarina and Phoebe, Is there anything you don't? Again, you don't have to do it. You have 2 weeks, and this is your first day. Are you taking a break? Are you going to try and find anything else out? What would you two like to do?
Potions.
Potions? Okay.
Yeah, potions.
Okay. So, both of you make an investigation check for me, please. Jarina?
15.
15. Phoebe? Phoebe?
14.
14. Okay. So,
I forgot my skills.
all right. So, you both, as you're leaving, you ask around to see if anybody can find, and you quickly find out from Yorda. She's, oh yeah, natural remedies. You can actually find this in the Lockwood district. He might have some. I believe his name is Davies. He might have something for you.
Thank you.
Yep. You both make your way to the Lockwood district. As you are making your way to the shop, you actually see Leah coming out of the shop.
Hi, Leah.
Hi guys.
What were you in there for?
Would you like some cookies?
Cookies.
Sure.
What kind of cookies?
Delicious cookies. The place smelled amazing. And I offered them cookies. Warm cookies.
I'd take one.
Yeah, they are actually butter cookies. And they almost melt in your mouth as soon as you start eating them, and they are delicious.
Oh my god, this is so good.
This is delicious.
Did they have any potions in there?
What?
Healing potions? Did they have them in that shop that you just came out of?
He has one left.
One left? How much are they going
I bought
for?
one and he has one.
How much?
60 gold.
I could do that. Alright, yeah. I go in there to buy the last one.
Okay. So you walk in. As you walk in, he seems to be finishing up with a couple of customers. He says, "Oh yes, hello. Welcome to Natural Remedies. How can I help you?"
My friend was just here and she said that you had one health potion left, maybe?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I would like to buy it, please.
That would be 60 gold.
Any chance we can mark that down to 50?
Make a persuasion check for me.
I failed that. That's a nat 1.
Nat 1. He kind of looks at you up and down. He's like, "Look, I don't mean to be rude, but we all have to make a little business, pay the bills, as it were. So unfortunately, I can't do any less than 60 gold."
No problem. I was just kidding anyway. And I hand him 60 gold plus 2 silver.
He kind of looks at the 2 silver. He goes, "All right, thank you." I say, I'll go get your potion." Kind of goes in the back. He comes out and he hands you the vial, the corked vial, and he says, "Oh, use in good health."
Thank you.
Well, actually, you wouldn't be using it in good health, but use it to keep yourself in good health.
I think I got it.
Yes.
You have a good day, okay?
You do as well. Take it.
Is it a basic healing?
It is a basic healing potion, yeah.
Well, that was all he had. What do you guys want to do?
I would like to go to the library.
The library. Okay. Yeah, that actually might be a good idea. Maybe I could find some information about that stuff that we talked about earlier.
Precisely.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me, both of you.
I failed again.
What'd you get?
Nat 1.
Another net 1. Okay. Phoebe, what'd you get?
Nat 20.
Okay.
Do you want me to light Palo Santo incense for you?
No, it's okay.
All right.
I got it.
So, yeah, Jarena, you're completely lost in this town. There's way too many people around. It's very distracting for you. You're trying to figure things out, and it's just not working for you. Phoebe, you ask around, and there's a couple of people on the walking through the streets, and you grab one and you ask about library, and he just looks at you. He goes, "Library? There's no library. There's no library, Trostenwald. It's breweries. We have breweries. No libraries. It's not a big city like they have up north. The closest place is probably going to be the bookstore. But I don't think they lend books."
Well, that's alright then. We'll stop by there.
Yeah, or you could try them fancy big cities. Or probably the families here probably got like private libraries because they got like money and they're fancy and stuff.
I'll keep that in mind, thank you. We'll make do with the bookstore.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
He turns around and just goes about his business.
Phoebe,
All
what
right
do you
then.
need from the bookstore?
Well, the bookstore is the best we will get research-wise, so... And we can get a map there while we're at it.
Well, I think Galen was getting a map. So that's probably
Well,
where he went.
Well, he's also a selfish drunk, and I don't rely on him in getting a map for us, so...
Didn't Rowan go with him? Oh, never mind.
So, off to the bookstore then?
Okay,
Right then.
so as the three of you begin to make your way to the bookstore, you do, because you did get directions to that earlier. You do see coming out of the bookstore Rowan and Galen. Leah, you are still being followed by your tail.
They don't got maps.
Well,
We're heading to a different bookstore to look for them, but I do have a history on Trostenwald.
that's good to know. We'll catch up later.
Are those cookies?
Yeah, have some.
Oh, awesome.
Just so you all know, we're being followed everywhere we go.
I've
Makes
noticed.
sense.
And I point to the guys behind us and I wave. And I say, these are our people right here. And everybody wave. Come on, guys, wave.
I don't wave.
We did not come to this city as criminals, and we're being followed anyway.
I shout out, "We saved the previous lawmaster!"
What is fucking wrong with you?
What?
Yeah.
We didn't do anything.
A couple of people walking through the street just kind of look at you and give you weird looks as you yell this out, and then they just continue on their way.
I whisper to Jarena, discretion is key at the moment.
You're right.
You mean I can't sweep my big, beautiful hat off my head and dip a deep bow to these lovely guards that are watching us?
Oh, you can do what you like. I'm not looking for the attention.
I kind of figured they were bodyguards there to protect us. They're our own secret service.
I suspect they're following us because we are strangers in their town.
Or
And due to the allegations of the former, trainer, what was it again?
What?
Lawmaster?
Lawmaster? Yeah.
The
Yes,
allegations that we saved his life, that's terrible.
no, I think she's trying to make sure that we don't leave prematurely.
Precisely.
Well,
Well,
that's the last time we save anybody, I guess, huh? And
Yep.
bring them back safely.
We should have just
Well-
mind our own business.
Jarina, we must make haste if we are going to collect the information that we need. We'll catch up with the rest of you later.
Okay.
Hey, Leah,
Yeah.
did you go to the herb shop?
I was able to get one healing potion.
Did they have catnip?
I didn't look for catnip.
Why not?
The hell am I going to do with catnip?
You're a
Are
cat.
you trying to imply something there, Rowan?
You hear
Ah.
you hear a voice, Leah, that says, "I think she's racist."
It's Baxi racist. Not all
well-
like catnip, thank you.
While they're having this discussion, I am going the way of the book. I'm going inside the bookstore, silently urging Jarina to come along.
Okay, so as Rowan and Leah are exchanging loud words at this moment, Galen is just watching and shaking his head. Phoebe and Jarina make their way into the shop, and that's where we're going to take our break. When we come back, we will continue from the shop, and the rest of the 2 weeks you all have here in Trostenwald, since you're all insistent on doing everything in one day. This will definitely be interesting.
Well, how much time has passed in game?
A few hours.
Irish pot cookies. Delicious cookies.
Yeah. So
For everyone.
so we'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we will continue from Phoebe and Jarina entering the bookstore. So we'll be back. Take care. And we're back. Yes. All right. So, we left off. A couple of you had done some things. Phoebe and Jarena, you were making your way into the bookstore as Leah was admonishing Rowan's racist tabaxi tendencies. And Galen was just watching, kind of shaking his head. As you open the door to enter the bookstore, you see an older man, he looks like he's making his way behind a circular counter, and there is this little girl just standing in the doorway, staring at what was at the doorway and now at the two of you as you enter.
Are we in the right place?
Pretty sure.
The
Jalen and Rowan just came from here, so.
The old man turns around and says, "Oh, yes, welcome. How can I help you?"
Hello. We are just looking around. Jarena, do you have any questions for him? I prefer we look for what you need first.
Do you have any books on different species of plants?
Oh, well, we have a number of books, probably 24 or more, about the different types of grain and wheat grown here and around the town of Trostenwald. Is that what you're looking for?
No. Maybe I should be a little bit more specific. Do you have any books about the Savalier Woods?
Oh, sadly, no. This is we mostly have books here to help with the farming, the agriculture, topography of the area here, as well as fishing methods for those who work on the Lockwood district and make their living in that fashion. But unfortunately, this is the extent of my exotic section. He kind of motions to the small table that has 6 books on it. He says, if you're looking for information about the Menagerie Coast and the trading and things of that nature, I have those books here for you. But unfortunately, nothing more than that. I'm sad to say. You probably have better luck in Sedash or further north in the capital at Rexington.
Okay.
I could put in an order for you and possibly get the book sent here if you have a specific title you're looking for.
Sadly, I don't think we're going to be staying more than a few days. However, do any of these books teach you how to sail?
Yeah, well, actually, I believe I have at least a few of those. Give me a moment, I'll see if I can find them for you.
Sure.
And he kind of shuffles off. As he shuffles off to go searching for the books, the little girl is just kind of staring at both of you, not saying anything.
I look at her and I go, "Hi, how are you doing?"
Do you know the crick?
The crick? Like a cricket?
And she kind of points towards the door. I saw you talking to him outside.
Oh. No.
Make a deception check. What'd you get? Okay.
Third nat one.
Okay. She looks at you.
How did you get a third one?
How?
Luck.
She looks at you And then she leans in very, very subtly. And she goes, liar.
And I go, maybe. Why
And she
do you
just
wanna
continues
know?
and she just continues to stare at you.
Why do you want to know?
Because that means you're a spy too.
He's not a spy.
Liar.
He's too much of a drunk to be a spy, sweetheart.
He's never sober.
She just keeps staring at you. She stopped talking. She's just staring at you now.
Alright, I'm just staring right back at her while we wait.
Okay. A good 5 minutes pass while you are all staring at each other in absolute silence. It's a little creepy, especially with this little girl. Like, she has not moved a muscle other than blinking. And that seems weird for her, that she blinks. 5 minutes pass, and the older gentleman comes back. Is, I've found these two books. One is on advanced sailing. The other is not so much sailing and how to do it. It's more of a story about a pirate. But I don't know if you could use the book on advanced sailing.
Jarina, would you like to sit and share the advanced sailing book here?
Yes. I haven't taken my eyes off the little girl.
She's staring specifically at you, Jarina. Like, she's just watching you, and just as you move, like, her eyes just don't stop staring at you. She just follows you.
Okay. Go ahead, Phoebe.
We will sit and read the advanced sailing book while we're here. Thank you very much.
And he kind of looks and goes, well, this is not really like a library. You can't actually sit and read the books. It's a business. You have to.
I apologize. How much for the book?
Oh, for this one, it would be 1 gold, 5 silver. Do you want the one about the pirate?
No, thank you.
How much for the one with the pirate?
Oh, that one would be 5 silver.
Yeah, why not? I'll take both.
Alright, so that would be two gold in total.
And I hand him the 2 gold.
Okay.
I still haven't taken my eyes off the girl.
Yeah, she's just staring right at you. Do you need anything else? Is there anything else I could possibly help you with?
No, but might I ask, why is she staring at me?
Oh, that's Anita. That's my daughter. She does that.
Oh, okay. You want a cookie?
She doesn't say anything. She just keeps staring at you. Slowly, you watch as her hand comes out.
Phoebe, go grab a cookie from Leia, please.
I
I'm still
go
staring
and
at her.
I go and get a cookie from Leah outside.
Are you still outside, Leah?
Yes.
Okay.
If they're still in their heated debate on if Rowan is a racist or not, Galen's just gonna walk away towards the inn, and as he's walking by, he's like taking notes on the alleyways. And also, does he see a music shop or anywhere?
All right. Give me a second. So Phoebe, you get the cookie from Leah, right?
And I go back inside and I give it to the girl.
Okay. You put it in her hand. She takes the cookie, doesn't eat it, slowly puts her hand down, and keeps it by her side. Cookie's in her hand.
What makes you think he's a spy?
He's a crick.
I don't know what a crick is.
Liar.
Alright, well,
And the old man goes, Anita, just be nice. It's like, I'm very, very sorry. It's just, she gets this way sometimes. I think it's time for your nap, young lady.
What does she do in response to that?
She's just still staring at you.
All right, I back away slowly. All right, well, you guys have a good day. I'm still staring at her until I get to the door and I just slip out.
All right. All right,
follow.
goodbye. Goodbye. And as you walk out, you hear, "Goodbye, liar." And the door closes.
I bust out laughing.
I'm just so curious about your race, Leah. I mean, does catnip have an effect on you or not?
Rowan, enough.
I'll drop it. Let's just go get that map. Where did Galen go?
Away from your conversation.
All right. So
No.
Galen. So the rest of you decide to go off towards this other place that you heard of, Burnished Biblios, which is on the Lockwood district. Galen, you walk away ahead of the group, and you start walking around. Make an investigation check for me, please.
15.
15. You start to see that your group, in addition to the now 3 Crowns Guard that seem to be following you, a number of people are now kind of steering clear on purpose away from all of you. Just kind of that, like, crossing the street so they don't get close to you. So it's a little difficult to actually ask someone for directions, and you finally get a little frustrated, and then you actually see this one young guy, probably like late teens, early 20s, like seriously, like not paying attention to anything on the street. He's got like a small little book in his hand, and he seems to be kind of like reading that as he's walking. And you're like, you kind of stop him, and he's like, "Oh, didn't even notice you." He goes, "Yeah. How can I help you?"
Do you know where there's a place that sells instruments, musical instruments?
Oh, yeah. The Singing Goliath. That's right down by the. It's in the Lockwood. It's not too far from here. It's maybe like 15 minutes. 15-minute walk. If 10 if you walk fast. And he kind of gives you directions as to where to go.
Okay. How long have I been out?
At this point, it's probably been about 45 minutes or so.
Okay, I say thank you, and I continue walking towards the inn.
Okay. So you make your way to the inn.
Okay, I head to my room.
Yeah,
kind of wait.
And just in time, because as you make it to your room, the illusion fades.
Whew. Is the window closed, or is there no window?
Oh no, there's a window. It's closed, but there's like small drapes that you can close right now. They're partially open at this point, and you're on the second floor.
Okay.
All right. Squall, you're in the inn at this point. Is there anything else that you'd like to do at this point?
No, honestly, just...
Are you like down? Are you in your room, or are you like downstairs, kind of like drinking, or?
I wasn't actively drinking. I had a drink and...
Can't hear you.
I'd like to be to my room after maybe having a drink.
Are you sharing the room with Galen? Because it's 2 people to a room.
Then yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you watch as Galen comes into the room, and immediately he is in his drow form again.
I wish this thing didn't have a time limit.
A lot of extra work you'd have to go through.
Yeah, but I've been keeping track of the alleyways, saying that I need to use the bathroom or whatnot.
Yes, you are familiar with a good many outhouses in Trostenwald now.
Yeah, that sounds like a hassle. Have you noticed it's been helping?
Oh yeah, except for one fucking kid. Saw
Okay.
right through my disguise. From what I get, she's probably not liked, so I don't have to worry much about her. But if she does become a problem, I might need to deal with that.
I just took the less complicated route and found myself some a less more inconspicuous outfit. But sounds like a lot of work that you're going through to keep a low profile.
I will say that this will become very, very, very tedious. But I have to if I need to survive.
Huh. Are you somebody after you, or are you just
I am in the
genuinely...
middle of a empire who will lynch me because I am drow.
Okay. Well, that's fun. Why take the risk and even go outside then?
I have a target.
Okay. Interesting.
And I try. I'm sure it will be very easy out of game. I'd like to make a perception check to see if if there's probably anybody listening or like probably walking by the door.
Sure, make a perception check.
It's probably pointless, but yeah. Yeah, 21.
21? Nobody that you can see. You don't see any shadows passing from the crack underneath the door. You feel like it's probably not an issue.
Yeah. I have a target, and I need to take them down because they are very dangerous. And I've been hired, so.
Okay.
And if
Well,
I get
you were saying?
discovered in the middle of this town, then I'm dead.
Huh,
It's as simple
okay.
as that.
Huh, well, that's very exciting, I guess. That's a lot.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Unless you're telling the rest of the story, I guess I'm gonna stay in the dark here. And I wonder if I know too much, I might get myself mixed in with that. And I don't know if I necessarily want that energy around me, really.
You don't. It's
Okay.
not healthy.
Okay, well yeah.
As I finish my conversation with Squall, because I have the characteristic of criminal slash spy, I get like contacts and whatnot. Do I know any contacts in the city or who might, if there is somebody who owes Galen something?
Okay, considering your background, you don't know anybody in this area. And that's as
Okay.
far that's as much as you're gonna get.
Okay. Yeah, I did. I knew that was a long shot, but I thought it would be.
You know, again, consider your background.
Yeah.
Would you really know anybody out here?
There's that one guy, but we'll save him for later.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know. Yep.
All right. So while that's happening, Jarina, Rowan, Leah, and Phoebe, you make your way to the most southward part of the Lockwood district. You are now past the market square where most of the stores kind of skirt some of the different districts. And you find, thanks to the directions that you got, you find burnished biblios. Or at least you think you do. What you find is this place that it kind of looks almost like a storage shed that's been pushed up, leaned, and bolted onto the side of an actual bigger building. There is it looks like the actual shed, the shed itself is made out of driftwood looking wood. There's a very weathered door that is kind of pushed into the frame. There are windows. There's like a window on this side and a window on the other side, and as you try to look in, you actually can't see in because there's it just looks like there's things just kind of like pushed up against all of the windows. And the windows themselves look kind of dirty, not very well kept. And there is and that's it. So you can see the door. The sun is actually starting to go down. It's not down yet, but the beginnings of dusk are starting to happen. And you are in front of what you've been told is burnished biblios. What would you like to do?
Before I go in, I want to put the books I purchased from the other place in my pack.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. And then I'd like to walk in.
Okay, so you grab the handle, you go to open the door. It is locked.
Sorry, I knock on the door.
Okay, so you knock on the door. A minute goes by. 2 minutes go by. Nothing happens.
Hello? Anybody home? I knock again.
Okay. This time you scream hello and you knock harder. About 30 seconds ago, you what? Is somebody there?
Yes, are you open?
Hold on. Keep your pants on. And then you hear behind the door what sounds like some shuffling, and then it sounds like things falling, and you get fucking shit. And then slowly you hear a lock unlocked, and then the door opens. And as the door opens, who's heavy breathing?
That's Lori.
It must be me because I'm getting ready to talk. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like a creeper.
I'm like, what's going on? All right. Okay. So you hear the door unlock. The door opens up, and you see a very elderly gnome standing in the doorway. He's got a very two tufts of white hair just poofed up on the side of his head. The middle's completely bald. He's got these two small. He's got small pair of spectacles on his nose. and just looking behind the eyes, behind the spectacles, his eyes are barely there. Like they just look like little slits. And he's just like he looks completely disheveled. His clothing is all wrinkled. It's not terrible clothing, but it's just like all wrinkled and disheveled. He goes, "Yes, what can I do for you?"
We were sent here by a gentleman up at another bookstore, and we were wondering if you were open, and we were wondering if you had any maps.
Who sent you?
I wrote down his name.
Oh, just for a side note, while I've been out and about, I've had my hair tied back and my cloak on my head.
Okay. As he's kind of like waiting for Rowan to answer, he's just kind of like he's like very very carefully like looking at all of you.
I'm sorry, I was so busy reading. I forgot his name. It was the gentleman at the lovely store up the hill.
Which
He's
store?
the older
Who?
man. The older man. We had a young child with him.
Oh, the creepy kid. The creepy kid sent you? I don't want none of her shit.
No. It was her father that sent us.
Oh, Gareth.
Gareth, that's his name. Gareth, yes.
Oh yeah. Nice guy. Don't know how he got started with a creepy kid like that. All right. So he sent you. What do you want?
I'm looking for maps or information on Trostenwald itself. Do you have
This is not a
that around here?
This is not a bookstore. Gareth has a bookstore. It's got all that crap about Trostenwald. I have exotic things here.
Do you have exotic maps?
Possibly. So you want maps?
Yes.
What else do you want?
I would like to browse your merchandise if possible.
All right, well, you look trustworthy. Come on in. He kind of turns around, he kind of goes inside. As you walk in, there's a general dusty and moldy smell to the shop. And you can see the reason for that. There seems to be some water damage towards the back end of the shop itself, on the wall, kind of dripping down the ceiling. But there are just what looks like papers and knickknacks and just all sorts of things just piled up to the ceiling. There are tables, but there are things shoved under the tables, and then on top of the tables, boxes, papers. There are some books. There are just all types of like little knickknacks and things all over the place. He goes, well, yeah, you can look around, see what you can. If you find a map, or maps, plural, just bring up and we'll see what you got, and I'll tell you how much it is.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. What happens when the light goes low? Do you have a light in here, or a lamp, or anything that can?
Are you kidding? That'll set everything on fire.
Okay. Yes. All right. Well, I will do my best to find what I need in the short time because the sun is setting.
Yeah, it is. You're real good.
Thank you.
Okay.
I start looking through the stacks of stuff.
Okay. He looks at the rest of you, like Leah, Phoebe, and Jarena. He goes, "What do you all want?"
Jarena? Do you have any?
I don't have Jarena. What's Jarena?
I'm Jarena.
They're with me.
Oh, you want maps too?
No, actually, I was wondering if you had anything on odd plant life.
Odd plant life. Like what? Like plants that'll kill you?
Like plants that look like they're on the verge of dying, but they don't die?
Plants that you want to kill?
No. Have you ever heard of the Savalier Woods?
Oh yeah, plants that'll kill you. Probably.
Okay.
You can take a look around in there and see if you can find something. I should have something in there.
What about pseudo dragons?
Oh, like that one? You keep her mouth shut. I don't want her setting anything on fire.
She won't. Don't worry. I don't think she does. She's never set anything on fire, to my knowledge.
All right, then you're safe.
Okay.
If
Over here?
if I got it, it's in here somewhere. Take a look. I've been
Okay.
collecting all of this stuff my whole life.
Do you have like a system?
Yeah, I find something that I find interesting and curious, and I put it in here somewhere.
Okay.
It's a good system.
Yeah.
I know where it all is. It's right in here.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll just start looking.
Okay. What about you two? And he kind of points to you, Leah and Phoebe.
I'm with my friend here. I'll just help us search.
Okay. And what about you, cat lady?
I'm good.
If you say so. If you need anything, I'll be right here. And he kind of jumps up on the stool behind what you didn't realize was a counter because there's just so much stuff stacked up in front of it. And he climbs up on the stool, puts his feet up on a number of things that are just still piled up, pulls a book out, and just starts reading it. So Rowan and Jarena, make investigation checks for me, please. Phoebe, you as well. Rowan, what'd you get?
$13.
13. Okay. All right. So you start, Rowan. You start going through like what looks like maybe the book section. You know, there is a section that has mostly books. I mean, there's books and papers everywhere, but there is a part in the corner of the store that just looks like there's more books than any other place. And you start going through it, and you start pulling papers and books. A lot of them are in languages that you don't understand. There are a few that are just like. They have newer looking covers to them. Some of them look like they are very, very old. Some look like they might have been journals that belong to people, maybe. There's just a variety of different things, and you're specifically looking for maps, and you start playing, and after like a good 30 or 40 minutes, not only is it getting darker, and interestingly, as it gets darker, there's a light blue light in the corners of this little shop that just slowly start to get brighter as it gets darker outside. But you don't find any maps at all. But you do find, like I said, you do find these interesting looking books, all different sizes, all different types. Some are actually very tiny, like gnome-sized books. Others are like large, massive tomes. It is just a very eclectic collection here.
I keep some of the oldest ones that I see to the side, especially the small ones, like the little gnome-sized ones. But I don't keep any of the larger tomes, and then I head for another pile and start digging.
Okay, yeah, you continue digging. You won't find with your roll. You won't actually find any maps, but you find additional like books of various sizes and languages and things like that.
Is there anything I recognize that anything because I'll help Jarena with her search. Do I see anything on plants or anything like that as I'm digging?
That would be another roll for you. So you roll another
Okay.
investigation check for me. Jarena, what did you get?
16.
16. Okay. As you're going through the books, you do find a book that is, interestingly enough, the same color that you recall the plants were in the Savalier Wood. And as you pull the book out and you start looking through it, the cover itself and the binding itself, there's no words or nothing on it. But as you open it up, you do see there is a word on the front page that says Molismere. And then as you continue to go through the book, it's in a language you don't understand. Rowan, what did you get?
6.
6. No, you just find you just keep finding these really weird, weird books. There is even one book that just has completely, like, it looks like monks, like half naked. One is bent over, has got a trumpet sticking out of his butt, and it just and you realize this is some weird old fart joke book, in picture form. Like, it is just and you're just like, what? And you just kind of.
I need this book. How much is this book?
Okay.
I hold it up.
Well, you said you had a couple of books. How many books do you have altogether?
Just 2. The 2 oldest ones I could find that were small and easy to carry.
Okay. Jarena, you find that book. Phoebe, what did you get?
16.
16. Yeah, you don't find anything else. But Phoebe, when Jarena starts opening the book and looking at it, you can understand the language. It is Elvish. And as you look through, as Jarena's opening it up and she's kind of scanning through it, you do see that it is absolutely a book about the Savalier Wood.
Jarena, this is it.
I can't read this.
I can. It's Elvish.
Oh. Sir, how much for this book?
So Rowan, and Jarena, you come up to him and he goes, well, let me see. And he grabs the book that you have, Jarena, and he looks at it and he puts it up to his nose and he goes, that smells like 15 gold to me. He hands it back to you, and Rowan, you give him the 2 books. The one with the fart joke, the fart book. He kind of, oh yeah, that's gonna be like 7 silver. And then you give him the other one. Is this the Is this the gnomish sized one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you give him the other one, and he goes, oh, this is a good one. This is a 3 gold book.
Let me smell it. I smell both books.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I hand him 3 gold and 7 silver.
He takes it. Hey, enjoy!
Jarena, do you want to split the cost of the book?
I don't mind purchasing it. And you kind of see me off to the side, kind of rummaging through my pouch and counting out 15 gold, and I hand it to him.
Alright.
So you give him the gold? So you give him the gold? Hey, enjoy your book! You want anything else? I got lots of shit in here!
What's your name, sir?
Oglin Hornsblower!
Oglin, we will definitely be back.
Good! I'll be here!
Awesome.
Okay.
You're yelling so loud that your feed's almost cutting out.
What?
Goodbye, sir.
Hey! I live here!
So we know where to find you.
Right here! Come back and spend money!
Okay.
Bye!
Goodbye, Seth.
Bye! And you guys leave. You make your
So-
way. Okay.
While we're leaving, I kind of pull Drina to the side and I whisper to her, we should come back tomorrow alone. I don't want the others to know what I'm looking for. Not.
Okay. And we could look at this book when we go to bed. Will we share rooms?
I'm sorry, guy.
Yeah, we share rooms. All right then.
As you're leaving, Rowan, you feel a tugging on your robe, and Oglin is there. He said, "Hey, I just remembered why I got no maps. They got all bought.
Who bought them?
My employee. It's her day off."
Wasn't that the cartographer?
Woo!
No, never mind. So can I find your employee? Is he in town?
Oh, yeah, she lives here.
What was her name again? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, her name is Sora.
Sora.
Yep, she's a pain in my ass.
Okay.
She always keeps digging through my crap. She spends more money than I pay her, which is fine. But she's always trying to find the good shit.
Yeah, I bet. Where can I find this Sora?
Oh, she's staying at the Old Mudhole Tavern.
Oh, okay. Can I ask, is this the same Sora that was over at the other Garrett's bookstore?
She works for Gareth too?
Never mind. I didn't meet her, but I did hear the name.
She works for Gareth too?
I don't know.
If you find out, let me know. I don't like double dipping.
Yeah, it seems a little shady. Well, thank you for your help, sir. Your name is Oglin?
Oglin Hornsblower. I've been here.
My name is Rowan.
Okay, I don't care. I've been here 50 years.
Well, I actually have a question for you, sir.
Okay.
I'm looking for crystals. Do you have any crystals here?
I have some crystals. They're in there. He points right back into the store.
Rowan, maybe we should come back tomorrow.
All right, we'll come back during the day. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Bye.
Come back and spend money.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
Door slams. At this point, it is now night. You can see that throughout the town, there are some lanterns that are sporadically lit throughout the town. But it is absolutely nighttime, and there are 2 Crowns Guard across the way staring at you as you leave the small little storage shed of a shop. What would you like to do from here?
Let's head back to the inn. If we get lost, I'm sure those guys can point it the way.
Right. So you fairly easily make your way back to the inn without issue. You guys have been walking around back. You have kind of been walking back and forth into the same districts, kind of either following each other's footsteps, not planning very well what you plan to do. You're just kind of like chaotically making your way through Trostenwald in your first few hours. But you all make your way back to the inn. There is a buffet basically laid out as you walk in, and you can see the woman that you saw earlier, Yorda, she's like, all right, if you want to partake in a buffet, that will be a silver each.
Give us where.
I pay for everyone. Where's Galen and Squall? Where are they?
They're probably up in the rooms.
I'm gonna go up and I'll be right back though. So I go
Alright.
up to our rooms and I knock on the doors.
Who is it?
It's Rowan. It's dinner time. I don't know if you want to come down or not, but I have some information you might be interested in.
The door swings open and you see a human Galen. Alright, let's go.
So there was
Squall, are you going?
there's
Yeah, I'll follow along.
Okay.
a woman who works for two stores in town, and she seems to have bought up all the maps. She's staying over at the old Mudhole Inn. Do you want to go pay her a visit after dinner?
Interesting.
Uh,
We might need to
I mean,
bring Leah.
I guess we could go late. Why not just go in the morning?
She'll probably be off at work during the day. That's why I suggested after dinner. Maybe not too late.
What time is it now?
It is maybe somewhere. It's like mid to late evening, maybe like 7, 8 in the evening at this point.
We could probably sneak away later and avoid the guard, which seems to follow us everywhere we go.
That's why I said me and Leah. And possibly somebody else who's decent at sneaking.
Or someone who can turn into a cat or a rat or a weasel.
Well, again, we're trying not to draw more attention to ourselves.
Aren't we on the stairwell walking down to the food?
Ah, cool, there's food!
Yeah.
And he immediately starts getting to the food.
Well, what I'm trying to imply, Rowan, is that if we are trying to avoid the guards, that's
Food time.
more light on us.
What was that? Phoebe?
It will put a poor light on us if we get caught by the guards if we're trying to sneak past them. If we get caught, it will make the situation worse.
Okay, they don't seem very bright.
It doesn't matter. Because if their job is to keep an eye on us, if we try to elude them, it will give them reason to arrest us.
Are you guys talking very quietly about this? Like whispering?
Yes.
We're whispering.
We're not supposed to know they're following us, so if we elude them, they're not doing their job. That's on them, not us.
Have we not spoken
I
to
agree.
them at this point? Have you
Is
not
there a
spoken to them
Is
at
there a
this point?
curfew in this town? Does anybody know?
I don't believe.
I don't believe so.
There's about a dozen other
But-
people in the tavern with you, just grabbing food, sitting down, starting to eat.
I grab a plate and load it up and sit down.
Mm-hmm. I do the
Food's
same.
so good.
I'm thinking we don't go tonight.
It seems. Is there a need for us to rush our efforts here?
Yeah,
No, we will be here for a couple of days, so
exactly. I need to
Um,
know more of the layout of the land so
we
that I
can
can take
go
my
and
medicine.
find the store in the morning.
Is Galen wearing his scimitar out on his back or on his hip?
I don't know. Are you, Galen?
I probably have like a dagger on like the side of my leg or two, but I don't have like my scimitar or my quarter staff out. They're all in the room.
Okay.
If we have time, do you want me to teach you how to use that scimitar of yours?
I kind of pause as I'm like in the middle of eating something. You want to teach me?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to accidentally cut your own leg off, I know how to use that. So I'm just saying I'm not a master, but I'm proficient.
Huh. You people are weird, but okay, yeah, I'll take your offer.
All right, that's if we have time this week.
Oh, that reminds me, Leah, we gotta do our little training session.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I'm always ready. Just not while I'm eating right now.
Leah, were you able to find anyone to teach us how to sail a boat?
Not as of yet, but I think I'm gonna try down by the docks tomorrow and see if anyone has a map as well.
I got a book on advanced sailing
Oh, that's perfect, Urina.
and a book
I'd
on
like to-
pirates too.
Ooh, what
Yar.
kind of
know
book on
about
pirates?
I hand Rowan the book of on pirates.
Roman opens it up and sticks her face in it. It smells like a good one.
So freaking weird.
We got a book sniffer.
I'd like to whisper to Jarina, I'd like to see the other book you bought too. I'm also
Sure.
interested in the Silverian Woods.
Sure.
Thank you.
So,
we'll have a book
what's the
reading
pirate
session
book
in my
about?
room.
All right, hold on. I had two people talk at the same time. Jarina and then Rowan.
Sorry, I just said we'll have a book reading session in my room.
Excellent. I'll bring cookies.
Okay. Rowan, I'm sorry.
What's this pirate book about?
Okay. So the title, it's in common. As you open it up, the book is called, the title is The Lucky Duck. Right? And you start reading the first 2 or 3 pages and you realize it is essentially a romance novel. About pirates on the high seas and the wenches that fall in love with them at the different ports that they go to.
Oh, we've got a bodice ripper here.
So if you actually decide to read the book, I can give you more detail, but just skimming the first couple of pages, that's what you realize you're reading.
Nice choice, Jarina. I hand it back to her.
Huh? And I just, as I'm shoving something in my mouth, what?
I said it's a real bodice ripper. Good choice. I hand it back.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
It's a sexy novel about pirates and wenches.
Oh.
Do you? Does she say this out loud?
Yes,
Like,
she's
almost
saying this
screaming?
completely out loud while you're all eating.
Oh, I thought it was about how to be a pirate.
Yar.
I don't think they write books on how to be a pirate.
Oh yeah, they don't. It's pretty easy.
It's like a word of mouth, and you just gotta be a killer and a jerk, as we have seen in our travels.
Okay, I guess I'll just save this for my sister.
I'd read it now, but I've got a couple other books I want to read.
Can I see that gnomish book that you bought?
Absolutely, it's an antique, isn't it lovely?
Ooh.
Where the hell did you people get all this info?
We went to this little store called something Burnished
Books?
Biblios,
Yeah.
and it's run by a little eccentric gnome, and he was very fun.
Uglin.
Oglin, yes, he was very interesting. think we'll be going back there. I was looking for maps, but I couldn't find any.
Does he own a library? What is this place? Is it...
Antique bookstore.
Well, he said it
Huh.
was not a bookstore specifically, and he got little enraged by the thought. He says he sells exotic items. So anything he finds interesting, he'll procure and sell. It's really kind of a mess. It's a lot of digging through stacks of things.
Cool. And you didn't find a single map. Wow. Okay.
Well, he
Well,
did
Not a
say.
one. He said one of his employees purchased all his maps.
Interesting.
That's not even a half of it. Apparently, the same employee works for, the first bookseller that we went to.
With the creepy kid,
Yes.
Jarina.
Yeah, that creepy kid just kept staring at me and kept calling me a liar and calling.
Shh, keep your voice down.
Sorry.
I whispered
Maybe
to
when we're in
Jarina,
a more
"Crick
private
me."
area, I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
Well, can I tell you now? I mean, the pub is pretty loud, so I can whisper it to you.
Okay.
So I say a crick is a slang term for a drow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Galen.
None taken. She was calling me that anyway. Very smart kid. Might
Oh,
need to.
she could see right through him. So she either has a talent, or it's something we should expect from other children. So maybe you should cover up, even though you are not very conspicuous.
Or just avoid her in general.
It may not be just her. It may be most children.
We don't know that.
No, but we don't know that it's just her.
I lean into closer to Galen. She also called you a spy.
I get that sometimes.
Okay, well.
And it makes sense.
So I want to look through that Gnomish book.
Mhm.
Is it written in Gnomish?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely written in Gnomish. It's actually written in an old Gnomish dialect. And it's a little difficult for you to read, but you're kind of getting the gist of it. And as you start looking through it, you realize that it seems to be a handwritten account of a family's timeline, a gnomish family's timeline. Do you continue looking through it? Okay. And it's very old. And you see that almost the first half of the book, the ink is so worn away, it's almost difficult to actually make some of the words out. So I'm going to need you to make an investigation check to try and make out some of the names and figure out some of what you're reading.
$12.
12. It's pretty difficult to make out. You make out the first name, which seems to be the person who was actually started this kind of record. The first name is Tiraslav, Tiraslav. And then the last name is very hard to make out. It starts with an S, but that's pretty much all that you can kind of make out because of how bad it is. And then and apparently there are, like, the last names don't continue. It's all first names that this individual refers to. and it just continues. And at the very end of the journal itself, which is a little easier for you to make out, you can see sometime about maybe 100 years ago, this family left for another continent called Taldore, and that's where the journal ends.
And I don't recognize any of the names at all.
No, they are absolutely gnomish names, like the first names, but none of the names like seem familiar to you. Not like famous gnomes or anything like that. It's just, you know, and it's
Gotcha.
not like it's very almost technical, where it's like, oh, Angus, son of Joe, son of Jack, lived in this area of Wildmount and lived there for this many years, and he begot the sons of this person and this person. It's almost like reading the lineages in Lord of the Rings. And towards the end, there's a little more flowery language, but it's still just like first names, and then at the very end, and then our family decided to up and move to Taldore. We hope that goes well, and like that's it.
Okay. I relay all this information to Rowan.
That's very interesting. If you like the book, you can keep it.
Okay, yeah. I could always bring it back home.
Yeah. I heard you speak fluent Gnomish when we were at the castle. So I figured, yeah, no. If I didn't have any use for it, you might.
Thank you.
After dinner, I'm gonna go up to the rooms and start reading about the history of Trostenwald.
Okay. So the rest, everybody else, you have a fairly nice dinner. It's uneventful. Eventually, the people who showed up to eat here, they make their way out of the tavern proper, and the rest of you make your way to your various rooms. Some of you wanted to do certain things before you bedded down for the evening. Rowan, you said you wanted to take a look at your books about Trostenwald. I will send you that information. So that way I'm not like going, because it can get very technical and dry. But I'll send you all of that information on Trostenwald. Are you looking for anything specific?
I just want to see how what the area's like, how they treat outsiders. I can usually read that in the subtext.
Yeah.
I'm interested in like the breweries and the families, everything that the little old man was talking about in the bookstore.
Okay. Just kind of perusing through it very quickly, before you actually like sit down to kind of read it. The three families that own the breweries here in Trostenwald for the last number of years is the Bombach family, the Husseldorf family, and the von Brandt family. And you also realize that, yeah, you've heard those names while you were downstairs eating, because those are the names of some of the things that the beers, the trusts that people have been drinking, and they order. You've heard them say, "Hey, I'll have a Bombach, 2 von Brandts, and a Husseldorf." It's been what you've been hearing, so it kind of makes sense. The outskirts of Trostenwald there are a lot of farms that they grow the grains and wheats for the families, for the breweries themselves, and they are specialized. This is where most of the beer in the Empire is brewed. There are a few other like breweries and wineries in other places, but this seems to be the central hub for where the majority of that comes from. It's a fairly small town. It is not. It's considered a town and not a city. While it does have a sizable population of about almost 9,000 people. There are. It is much like, according to the book, it is much like most other empire towns, where there is a starosta, who is essentially, if you think of it in terms of, if you put a governor and a mayor together, you get a starosta, and then a lawmaster who is right under the starosta, and the crown's guard, who are essentially, the protectors and police of the city. Much like any other empire town or city, it is essentially the same. There are a number of guilds within Trostenwald as well, and that's essentially. I mean, again, there's more detail which I will send you, but the gist of it is, this is a typical, outside of the breweries and the families here. It is what is considered a typical town within the Dwendalian Empire.
When we're also in our rooms, I do want to discuss with whoever I'm rooming with that we need to figure out arrangement for Hope's funeral the next day.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
As soon as Squall gets in his room, and I ask him, Squall, are you staying for the night or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna kick back here. I don't see any
Okay.
reason to tire myself out in the first night here.
Okay. Then Galen is gonna lock the doors, and then he wants to look out the window. Like, what can he see out the window?
Make a perception check.
18.
18. All right. You look out the window. You can see there's almost nobody out on the street at this point in the evening. There are a few people, but almost everybody else seems to have gone home for the evening, or to their respective places that they go in the evenings. You do see that there is at least 2 Crown's Guard walking down the street, and they kind of walk out of view from where you're looking out of the window, and that's about it.
But people could look into this room, or is there a way to sneak out if need be?
No, you're on the second floor.
Yeah.
So you could go out the window, but there is a 2-story drop.
Is there any other buildings or?
Yeah, there's a building. Maybe there's another building. Maybe your window is overlooking an alley, and the building across is maybe about 20 to 25 feet away from where you're at.
Okay. I pretty much blind up the window, make sure that there's no light coming through, and kind of lock it if I can.
Okay. So that's.
I forgot. I wanted to ask if there was a bathhouse or a place to wash up nearby.
Yeah, you ask Yorda downstairs before you go up, and she goes, "Oh, well, yeah, that is not too far from here. It's the Warm Dew Bathhouse. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's it's pretty big and open, but it's good for what you need."
Is it what are its hours of operation?
Oh, they're closed now, but
Oh yeah.
yeah, they are open. As far as I know, they're open from sunup to about maybe an hour or 2 after sundown.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right. So, Jarena, Phoebe, and Leah, What are you all doing?
I'm gonna take a look at that book.
Yeah, Phoebe, Leia, and myself are having a reading sleepover in mine and Phoebe's room.
Okay.
Okay. What book are you looking at first?
The I give Phoebe the
Savalor.
Savalier Wood one.
Sapphire.
Okay. So Phoebe, as you're looking through that book, and I'll send you the information. But the gist of that book talks about the history of Molismere, which was an elvish capital in what is now known as the Savalier Wood, and how there is some kind of, for lack of a better term, magical infection of the land that created what is now known as the Savalier Wood. And again, there's much more detail to it, but it can. Let me see if I can find some more for you. Hold on a second. While I go through the notes.
Phoebe, do you think that you could write out a translation for me?
Of course.
Thank you. Leia, do you know how to speak Elvish?
I don't. But I'm very interested in learning more about the Savalier Wood.
Any particular reason why?
I found some information that rather set me on a quest to find artifacts from the Savalier Wood. I'm not sure where my journey is taking me yet, but these are the first clues I have. I appreciate you sharing your book with me.
Absolutely. I look at Phoebe. Hope was also from that area.
Do we know if she has any family?
I believe she may still have family around the ruins that my journey is taking me to. So I think that the 1, 2, 3 of us should stick together.
Agreed. I believe my journey is taking me there as well.
I need to go real quick. I'll be back.
Yep. All right. So Phoebe, one of the things, again, this is kind of the gist that you get, is that sometime about 3 centuries ago, something happened to the forest to create the way it is right now. And this elven city known as Molismere is, people tend to believe that something happened there. There's no real understanding as to what happened, but they think that it's the source of what's going on is there, possibly. But it is, the forest itself has become so dangerous with creatures and stray magics that only treasure hunters have gone into those ruins to try and basically find artifacts or pieces of that culture, not to try and find out if what happened, but just to essentially make some quick money. But that's the gist that you get. I'll send you more detail in between games.
All right.
I show Leia that entry that Hope wrote about her family and her vision of the Savalier Woods.
Okay.
Interesting. I think we should try to find her family once we get there.
All right. So anything else? Going through any of the other books? Was that it?
I believe that was it.
Okay.
How is that a advanced sailing book, Leia?
I haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but anything's better than our sailing skills right now.
True. Does anybody know where Rowan is supposed to go?
Not
Not a
yet.
clue.
I would like to try talking to her about it. Maybe she has to go around where we have to go too.
She seems friendly enough. A little strange, but friendly.
We should discuss it maybe tomorrow.
Good idea.
That seems to be the best option. We also need to look for the Sora character in the morning.
Yes. Need to get those maps.
Definitely.
We'll get them.
Okay. So at some point, you all return to your rooms. You begin to bed down for the evening. I know Galen and Squall are sharing a room. Who's sharing the other rooms?
Phoebe and I are sharing a room, so I would assume Rowan and Leia are sharing their room.
I think so.
Okay. All right. So you bed down for the evening. You all go to sleep. At some point in the evening, Squall and Galen, as your room is the first room as you make your way up the stairs, there's a very forceful knock on your door.
I put the hat on and I turn into my human form.
Okay.
Squall, you want to answer?
Sure. Who is it?
You hear, "Crown's God, open up."
Ah. I reluctantly crack open the door and peek my eye through
All right.
to make sure it's actually the Crown's Guard.
All right. You
And
open.
then
Slowly open it up, and you can see there are 5 grounds guard outside the door.
can I help you?
Yeah, Lawmaster would like to see you downstairs. Come down now.
Okay. Are we arrested or are we free to make our way there?
You're not under arrest, but she would like to speak with you all now.
Heard. Okay. Galen,
Alright.
we have business to attend to.
So as soon as you say okay, he goes right to the next door, which is Leah and Rowan, and knock, 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 knock.
Who is it?
Grounds guard.
Just wait till morning.
No.
And I get up.
I
and
open the door.
go to the door.
Lawmaster would like to see you downstairs now.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute.
Now.
Okay.
He nods, goes to the next door, and Jarena and Phoebe. Bang, 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 bang.
I get up out of bed and I open the door. Yes.
Lawmaster wants to see you all now downstairs.
Right now?
Right now.
Sir, yes, sir.
So as you all start to make your way sleepy and groggily down the stairs, of the 5 Crown's Guard that are standing outside in the hallway, as you start making your way down, they start kind of following you in groups, and until you're all downstairs and sitting downstairs, with her feet up on a bench, with a large fork and a big plate of meat in front of her. You see the Lawmaster. She's just kind of like nibbling on some food. And she goes, "Oh, great! Thank you for joining me. I'm sorry if I woke you up in the middle of the night. Don't worry, we'll get this on as quickly as we can. Sit. You all sit down. All right. So if I gotta be up late, so do you. That's how this works now. This is what's going on. It's good to see that you're all still here. You probably noticed that I have some of my boys just following you around town. It's for your protection, but as well as make sure you're not leaving. As I requested that you should stay here until we finish our initial investigation as to all the craziness that's going on. I will say that I don't like what I found so far. Not from any of you, but we did send someone out to the middle of the Oosterloch, where they did find smoldering ruins of a keep that should not exist. That's kind of troubling, to say the least. But I did put in a request to Zadash, as it is the closest city to us, and they're gonna be sending a specialist down here to kind of help us do the investigation. So just wanted to kind of keep you updated on what I found. And I will say that I don't like it. I like my questions answered, not more questions. So this is just my friendly little update for all of you. And if any of you piss me off, I'll just make it easy for myself to know where you are, and I'll just throw you in the jail, and then we'll take it from there. But as long as you're just staying in town and not getting into trouble, we've got nothing to worry about, do we?
Absolutely not. No trouble here.
Understandable.
Good. That's what I like to hear. No trouble. Yeah.
We're learning all about the beer around here. It's amazing.
Oh, the trust. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're gonna be here for a while, so do it up. Anybody anybody got anything else to share? I know you did a little bit of shopping today.
Yes, we were looking for some maps.
Yeah, well, good luck.
So we've heard.
The cookies were very good at the bakery.
Yeah, I don't like baked goods.
How is the man that we rescued? Has he been reunited with his family?
She kind of turns to you, Leah, and she goes, "He's doing better. His family has been informed of this strange circumstance, to say the least. He's with them currently. But we're
How is he feeling?
I mean, it's only been a few hours, but only time will tell,
Just wanted to make sure he's doing better.
Well, he's got to be better. I mean, at least he's getting some food, and I mean, it looks like he hasn't eaten in a long time.
I don't think he had.
Well, that'll change. So now that he's with his family, I'm sure he'll get the best care. So.
Lawmaster, you said that they found a ruined keep there?
Well, like pieces of what looked like a keep that was there. It's like there were some things on fire, recently broken stone. Didn't make any sense because for the longest time there was nothing but old ruins of old buildings and such on that island. Nothing is supposed to live there.
Out of game, does that sound? Because from what I remember, there were some like debris, but like the keep wasn't there.
Yeah, the keep was gone.
So
But there
what
was
she's
there.
telling us is news.
No, it's not news. That's what was left over from the keep.
Gotcha.
But you
Even the flames?
like smoldering flames.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So basically, how we left it.
Right.
Hurt. Okay.
Yeah. So, is there anything else that you like to share? That's brand new news. If not, I think we're done for the evening.
Okay. I don't have
I
anything.
can't think of much. I gave you a very abbreviated version of what we had told you, but I can give you a more detailed account if you'd like.
Well, if I need it, I'll definitely call on you. Just do me a favor, as my people follow you around. Don't interact with them. Just act like they're not there.
Sounds
Alright
good.
then.
All right. They got very strict orders. Don't make them break their orders. It won't do well.
Understood.
All right. So go back to your beauty sleep, and if I need anything, don't worry. If I don't need you anymore, you'll be the last to know.
Okay.
Thank you, Lawmaster. Have a good evening.
Yeah, yeah.
Good night.
Good night. And she kind of waves you all away.
We just kind of leaves in a huff. She woke us up to this shit. Says it under her breath very quietly as we're walking up the stairs far away.
I really like the Lawmaster, but I think she hates my guts.
What the hell did she have to wake us up for?
Well, enough of this. I am going to bed.
I am already in bed.
Okay. So you all
Not beauty sleep.
Going to
so
bed.
you all make your way back to your rooms.
I lock my door.
You make your way back to your rooms. You all jump back into your respective beds, and you rest for the evening. Any hit points or spell slots that you no longer had are all back now. As you make it back, you make it to the second day in Trostenwald of your 2-week downtime. You guys are going to make me do 2 weeks in real game time? I'm going to hurt you all so bad.
Well, we can
After
skip
breakfast,
ahead.
I'm gonna take a bath.
Okay.
Okay.
As what? A weasel? A pony?
A fish.
I go to Leah for training.
Hey!
All right. So you make it to the next morning. It is now the second day in Trostenwald. As you all wake up well rested, smelling the meats and foods that are being cooked for the morning breakfast downstairs in the Nestled Nook Inn, and that is where we are going to call it for the evening. Unfortunately, you did not find Mama Shady's character yet in game.
We will. We will.
We'll see. Again, as I said, this is all very dependent on all of you, and the credit. But
She might want to come in for breakfast at the Nestle Nook Inn. This is a very ragtag bunch. We will not find her. Unless it's obvious.
I will say that she has been with us in actually this whole game, being very patient, and probably, first off, I don't know if I don't know about you, but she probably just wanted to kill you all for letting her character die, but now kill you even more because you haven't found her yet. But you know, that's D&D, right?
To be fair, it's not our fault it was her day off.
Well, you don't even know if that's her. It could be anybody.
You're right. Could be the creepy little girl.
So,
Staring at me
God.
like.
We're leaving the creepy little girl
crazy
there.
eyes.
She's just.
I don't want her near me.
No.
If she's the creepy little girl, we're gonna kill her.
Damn, Sean, thanks.
Well,
Wow.
Galen was thinking that if she does become an actual problem, he would take her down.
You're talking about our Wednesday.
We'll see.
Wednesday.
We'll see what happens. It's this tricky thing about illusion magics. Sometimes people can see through them. So, all right.
Is it just kids?
What's that?
Is it just kids, or is it just particular individuals?
You don't know.
Damn it.
You'll find out in the game
Yeah.
next week
Yeah.
on It's a Wild
Wild
Wild Wildemount.
Wildmount.
Well,
I always
Wild
say
Wild
I say
Mount.
things wrong all the time. I can't English or common, you know? I speak like how many
English
languages?
perfectly
Like,
but you can know them very well.
I mean, there's a reason for that.
All right. So, everyone, thank you for staying with us and watching our crazy game. Thank you to my wonderful players, as always, challenging me and being crazy in the things that you do. Trust me, I've stopped a long time ago trying to guess what you all will do. Just roll with the punches here. Yeah. But thank you again for everyone for watching. I want to make a few shout outs very quickly before we finish for the evening. Miss Twigs, thank you for the follow. We appreciate it. I think the name is Zy with the X's around it. Thank you for gifting the subs. We appreciate that so much. Thank you. I want to thank my son Polaroid Rage for the host and the raid. He's standing actually right over here next to me. Thank you. Let's see, Reese the Beast, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Little Jojo, thank you for resubscribing. That is so awesome of you. Thank you. Fall Harbor, you as well. Thank you for the resub. Really appreciate it. And everyone else, thank you again for watching. We hope that you join us again next week to see what happens while our intrepid adventurers are in the town of Trostenwald within the Dwendalian Empire. Things could only get easier, right? You know.
Sure.
All right. So again, thank you for watching. Take care of yourself. Take care of others. Be good to others and be good to yourself. We love you very much, and we will see you next time. Take care. Stand by. We will be rating a friend of the channel. So stand by, and we will see you next week. Take care.